All right, y'all. Welcome. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Yesterday, we took a break for President's Day. Had no idea my children were off from school. But we're going to make it do what it do today. It is Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. Welcome to everybody. Some of you had a 3-day weekend. I hope it was eventful. Hope you got some rest. I hope your morning commute wasn't too bad today. But we have a good one for you today. We have a banger. So greetings and thanks to everybody for coming through and tuning into the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network, the greatest network on YouTube, getting the facts out, but also getting the truth that you must know. So the way you can show support today is go down to that like button if you have not. Some of you are notorious for skipping past that like button. Go and hit that like button right now. If you are someone watching and you have not hit that subscribe button yet, make sure you hit that button. These topics may be contentious to some, they may be hard to talk about, but if you fancy yourself to be a mature person in this life, you will want to hear more. So hit that subscribe button and subscribe to the Lapeef Network. Also, a lot of my shorts come from my individual YouTube channel, not now, but when you get a chance, subscribe to my channel at Trigger Mike Show on all platforms, YouTube and IG. All right, so hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and if you are also a subscriber, make sure you join the network for perks. All right, that's what we expect from you. As always, we want to salute to our viewers nationwide and international. All right, so all my people here in the States from the West Coast say it's too early. They say Trigger Mike comes on too early. You got to be going to work at some point, or maybe y'all just sipping tea in lounge chairs in California or something. I don't know. But anyway, those of you that are on the West Coast that took time out to listen to the Trigger Mike Show, I appreciate that. We're all my Southwestern people here in Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma. We appreciate you. Arizona, all my people on Mountain Time, Colorado, all those other states that I don't know if black people live there or not, but welcome. All right. So the East Coast, where my DC, Maryland, Virginia people at? Florida. Hope you in the building. Welcome. My North Carolinians, South Carolinians, my ATL people in Georgia, all my up north people in NY, I see you. My Jersey people, my Philly people, what's up? What's up? I was going to say New Hampshire, but I don't know any black people to live there either. All right, so let's see who I got in my chat today. What's going on, Dane Rose? Appreciate you for coming through. Tay Biz TV, what's up? What's up? Resonating Soul, how you doing? Jeffrey Woodland, what's going on, my brother? Snuggle668, how you doing? Hack, what's going on? Empress, welcome. Isaiah Jr., what's up? What's up? Good morning to you. Miles Maganault, you're more than welcome, sir. Is it Joaquin? If it's Joaquin, welcome. Sherwin Thomas, how you doing this morning? Inaz. Oh, snap. How did I forget my sister Inaz? Canada. Shout out to Canada. Oh, snap. Inaz, I'm going to tell you right now, that's the only Canadian shout out you're going to get from me because that is a communist nation as far as I'm concerned. Talk about we can't have no guns. Trigger Mike love his guns. So that's the only shout out, one and only you ever going to get is because you asked for it. All right. Yeah. The Lapeef Network, Philly. I don't know why he up here bothering me about Philadelphia. All right, Mr. Marriage, Politics, and Sports, what's going on? Demetrius Carter, what's up? What's up? We're going to get into this topic today. And let me drop the link early so y'all can get ready to talk to me because as I was formulating my notes on this topic, I realized I didn't even want to talk much. One of the things I love most about the Trigger Mike Show, I know that sounds arrogant because it's titled after me, but about this show is that I let the panelists give their perspective and they formulate their arguments. They substantiate their arguments. And then we find agreement or not. So I don't want to just be sitting up here as Trigger Mike telling you what the order of family is. I want you to see people from all walks of life. I want to hear it from men and women. I want to hear it from married people. I want to hear it from single people Because if you ain't single, you married. I don't care. All right. I want you to explain to me in this new world that y'all are trying to create how the order of family is either the same or different. So as I was establishing my notes on my monologue, I just stopped and says, I don't want to really go too deep into it. I want you to explain it to me. So I'm going to drop that link and y'all come up when y'all ready because I want this discussion to be heard today. For those of you that don't know and are on the fence, okay? So the topic today is the order of family. We're going to explain that. The order of family explained. By now, everybody has seen that Rihanna Vogue cover with her and A$AP Rocky. Let me pull that up for you. This is the cover that I'm referencing at this particular moment. This is the cover that I'm talking about. This is Rihanna, billionaire, and her boyfriend and their son, basically a newborn. I don't even believe he's a year old. Congrats to both of them. Family is a beautiful thing. I co-sign that all the way. Now, this is the picture that we saw, and this is somewhat what caused all the uproar and why we chose to have this topic, or why I chose to bring this up today on this particular topic. Now, I put something up on Facebook. That's where I have the most people that I know personally, right? And all of them think I'm crazy and I've gone red pill and I'm a conservative or whatever. So I love getting their ass riled up. They love hearing from me. Okay, they love hearing from me. And then I came across something else. Let me see if I can find it. Of this picture. Let me share this one. This is someone's interpretation of how they took that picture. Y'all let me know what you think of this particular interpretation. So I don't necessarily agree with all of it, in the context of just a picture, but there are far more reasons that many people can understand as to why somebody will interpret this picture this way. All right. So while people are sitting here saying that, oh, you're reading too much into it, let me go to, I'm just going to leave this up here for y'all. Let me go to my post. This is what I posted on Facebook. And I wanted to see all the questions said. I didn't make any assumptions on what this picture was about or what this particular interpretation was about. All I asked the ladies was, would you accept this dynamic in your home? Would you accept this dynamic in your home? They went off, of course. So I'm going to read you some of their responses, obviously not by name. Hey, I agree with you. It's hard to disagree. It is hard to disagree with this. Absolutely. All right. So looking at this picture, some of my colleagues and former friends and acquaintances said, when I asked, would you accept this dynamic in your home? One lady said, a supportive mate. Yes, I would. Do you believe A$AP Rocky looks like a supportive mate? I'm not going to read too much into it. He could be supportive in this particular context. Okay. Somebody else said this is a reach. Okay. Someone said, a woman said, this is a stretch at best. The article is about her, hence why she is in front. The fact that somebody went through all that for a pic. They looking for something to say. He supports his woman and she supports him. All right. That's cool and all. That's cool. That's one interpretation. Another notable response was, it's annoying that a man whose partners in their marriages are called submissive and a woman who is a partner in her marriage is called masculine. This man celebrates his wife which is she's not his wife, and loves his child. And I doubt he cares if he looks soft to other men. I'm sure the pic was taken with exactly what you see as the intended impact. However, a man who thinks it's wrong to love his child and celebrate his wife is a clown. Period. Now, that one I'm going to respond to because I don't understand how this picture or even this particular sketch can be interpreted as a man supporting his wife. Now, let's be 100% clear here. I'm going to take this down now. Let's be 100% clear on this. This particular picture does show a submissive male. I'm sorry, it does. The reason why we made this topic up today is because the order of family is under attack. If you didn't know, it is under attack. And the very principles by which we live and are supposed to live and engage in family are being threatened. There is an agenda by the media to push this particular narrative. Now, I want to show you, if I can pull it up. Just give me 1 second. There's another picture. I don't believe I can pull it up right now, but I just believe that these people that I ask these questions don't understand the context. ASAP Rocky already is viewed as a feminine male, or we know that masculinity is under attack in general. Now, just to get this out the way really quickly, as I said, I want to bring the panelists up to talk about this. The order of family is God, man, woman, child. It's as simple as that. Instead of a long monologue, I realize that I don't even need to explain this. I don't need to explain it. There is no evidence in this world that it works any other way. There's no evidence. If anybody wants to show me not just one person, an entire group, an entire population, an entire economy that stems from women being the head of the family, please put the proof, and we will dissect that on this panel today. Please put the proof that with women in the lead, you can have a functional society as big as any economy in the world. Please put that proof in there, and we will dissect that. There is no evidence that it works any other way. So the mission then becomes, we are going to spend our time on this panel today educating men that aren't educated why they must lead. We understand that some of you fell through the cracks. Some of you were isolated from your father. Some of your fathers weren't there. Some of your fathers weren't great leaders because no one taught them. So we're going to spend our time educating you on why you must lead. And ladies, we're also going to spend our time today educating you on how to stay the hell out of our way. If I just want to put it bluntly like that. Stop getting in his way. Stop getting in the way of his leadership. Stop calling the cops on him. Stop using the government against him. We're going to spend our time on that today. Let me bring up John the Baptist in Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Good morning to y'all.
Good morning.
All right, John, you on cam. Go ahead. Tell me what you think about the topic so far. What do you got?
Well, you know what I think. I agree with. I think. Well, let me say it this way. I think first wave feminism prophecy came true. They got exactly what they were looking for, and this picture is an evidence of what they saw several hundred years ago. Well, I'm sorry, lost time frame now. When they first came out, first wave feminism, and we look at today's society. Hold on, get the phone call. Here. Cut this off. We look at today's society. It's no for women and men to interpret that's a man supporting his wife, which is not even his wife, as you mentioned earlier. Um, goes to show you that we brought into the prophecy. I should say false prophecy, make this clear. The false prophecy. Because what you actually see is a man not supporting his wife, but a man that is actually being supported by a wife. And that's not order. Um, I'm not sure what their baby is. I'm not sure if their baby is a boy or a girl, but that child is being put in a situation where he is going to receive or she is going to receive false information and incorrect teaching about what order is. So not only is that generation ruined, in the generation after them is going to be ruined as well. If we don't learn, if you don't do the show that you're doing today to correct this teaching, to correct and show what order really is, then we're gonna be in trouble.
Indeed, man. Indeed. Let me before I let you go, Mr. Rich, let me respond to this. So I know what two of these or I've heard of this particular place or and I guess he's referring to a society in which women or a matriarchy, essentially. I want people to understand the difference between a matriarchy and a matrilineal society. Yes, this is one of the more popular known matriarchies, but remember I said show me something that's brought up to scale out of primitive stages of a society where the woman is the lead. There are a few, there are less than 10, but there are more matrilineal and matrilineal societies and matriarchies. They still exist. There are about 10 of them or less today. None of them are out of the stage of a primitive society. None of them, not one. So if you know any other one that's to the scale of what men have built being the head of the family, please give me another example. Mr. Rich, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. I'm over here playing. I got a new, camera, so I'm playing with it. It's like I'm like a kid with a new toy, man. So,
What
you
kind of
know,
camera you got, Mr. Rich?
you know what? I didn't even memorize the name. I just picked one off of damn Amazon. It was a
I
little
was gonna
better
say
than
I'm
what
in
I
the
had
market for a
before.
new one too. This
I think it's a Nokia or
computer
something
camera
like
is
that.
terrible.
Anyway, so the point is, can you guys hear me good enough? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So listen, this is a good topic. Um, I knew that Rihanna picture was going to come into play, but I mean that's nothing new. The attack on the order of things has been in the West for a very long time. So I just say I know we don't want to classify the things that we do as part of like the manosphere. It's just that men are starting to stand up and are starting to point these things out that this is not the best way to go. And I think inherently everybody knows it, but there's a cabal of folks at the top, which is probably mostly men, by the way, that likes this chaos flowing into the society. And I think it's economically based. I think there's, chaos can be taken advantage of. And the best way to introduce chaos is break families, put women in the lead. And unfortunately, Black women have been the pawns of almost everything bad in terms of the LBGYNs. I've just thrown the numbers out there and shit.
You
Uh,
said GY.
yeah, that's what I've been saying this so long. I don't even know what the hell to call it, man. The LBGQ. Just they took feminism and put it on steroids. They eat this kind of shit up, and they see now. I have a unique thing on Rihanna and women at her level, right? Because Rihanna, everybody forgets this. She was I don't know if she was engaged, but she was in a situationship or relationship with I think an Arab multi-billionaire, right? And at one point, and the reason why she rejected him is because she wouldn't be able to pull off her independent shit with a guy like that. So just like Rihanna, just like there was a recent article with Oprah and Stedman, why she didn't want to get married. Same thing. They don't want to be under the leadership. Now, money has a lot to do with it, right? She wants to be in the lead because that's based on where she's at. She's a billionaire, and she don't want to be under the traditional tropes of a traditional family. And ASAP Rocky is I just call him seed with benefits. She actually happens to like the dude, but she ain't taking no commands from him, you know? And And that picture, I think they also doctored him to look small. He's crouching and he looks smaller. I think he's a little bit bigger in stature than that picture. He looks like a like a small man behind her. You know what I'm saying? And they have a similar picture. I think you were looking for the one with Will Smith and Jada sitting down together. Her legs are open, like she got a penis, and his legs are crossed. He's leaning into her and stuff. And they had those two pictures side by side with the same kind of captions that was on that green that picture there. So these are examples of men being emasculated, right? And it's been a steady pounding of that emasculation of men. And the thing that makes me mad is the most is that as crazy as white men could be, I'm surprised that so many of them are taking this shit lying down. They'll go down and destroy civilizations and all that kind of shit, and they're sitting back here and just letting just letting shit go to waste. I mean, but on a different note, if there is an issue where black men and white men can find common ground, is this emasculation of men issue? And we could take advantage of that. I think we should take advantage of that. I lost you. I mean, maybe you're on mute.
I am on mute. My bad. When people were asking me, there's another dude that put this picture up. Right here. Let me add it to the stream. So this particular picture was put up, right? And next to that Rihanna picture, it had an X by the ASAP Rocky Rihanna picture and a check mark by this one. And immediately some women started saying, "Oh, you want the man to look big." Well, this is just representative of his actual size. First off, the second thing, and the part that I want to make very clear to any woman that's listening, Rihanna can be whoever she is. She can be a billionaire, pop star in either picture. It does not change who she is. It does not change her effectiveness and her accolades in this life. That is the difference between those pictures. All right. This is the order of family. This is the outlook of prosperity in a family. This woman here could be Rihanna, and she doesn't have to lose a thing, not one thing, to be this woman. That is the point we're trying to make here. You can be whoever you want to be, being, oh, okay, Mr. Rich out here stunting on us and stuff. We scared of you. Like, woo, he just showing us right now. You
Hey
serve
man,
his coffee.
y'all saw that. That was my wife giving me some coffee. Oh my
Well,
goodness.
we know.
You're a star now, baby. Oh my That's funny. I had it on mute, but I didn't have that off. I'm glad she didn't do anything else.
All right,
Well,
CEO.
favorite night. What's going on, CEO?
What's up, brothers? All the brothers. Hey.
Good morning.
All right.
All right. What you got on the topic so far, my man?
I don't want to chime in just yet. I just want to see where y'all going with it, but I do see how the propaganda has been going on and how they kind of chiming out about that picture and stuff. So I'm just trying to see how y'all feel about it and see if I can bring some high level conversation to the building.
All right. So we're gonna just start off with the basic question. What do you believe the order of family is?
You talking to me particularly?
Yep.
God, man, woman, and child.
Well, no argument here. So just explain a little bit further on why you feel that's a necessary dynamic in every family.
I mean, there's really philosophy behind it, ideology behind it, but simple as, you know what I'm saying, of course, God above everything, because God is the creator. God has an ultimate plan. You know what I'm saying? Man next, because who's better to execute that plan in the physical realm than man? You know what I'm saying? We have the brain, we have the intelligence, but of course we have the physicalities to actually execute, to implement and get everything done. I mean, we can take on anything, lions, tigers, bears, and no mind. So we're just the best to get whatever God wants to be done on this planet. We're just the best and most capable and competent to get it done. And then the women next, because they're under the man, you know what I'm saying? They're under our wing, they're under our protection, you know what I'm saying? And the only way to keep humanity going is through production. So of course we have to protect that woman. She can't be above the man, because, you know what I'm saying, if she dies, everything's over with. So there has to be a protector of the woman above her, you know, in front of her. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that order. And then, of course, you know, man and woman bring in the children. So it's just a natural order of things. It is how it's supposed to be.
Got you. Good answer. Good answer. All right. So we're going to get another question going and just go around the panel individually. All right. Is feminism pushing a narrative that women are better suited to lead the family? What do you think, Mr. Rich?
Yeah, of course. That's just part of the narrative. I think it's even more insidious than that. It's just not them leading the family. They want to lead society.
Mm-hmm.
They want to make decisions that benefit women over men. I mean, because it's not just a family thing. I mean, there's a push to emasculate men, period. One of the ways to do it is get rid of gender roles,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the women, a lot of women are behind that. And some of it's going to backfire because the transgender women are starting to try to replace actual women in sports and all the things that the women fought for. They're losing that. And then they got women who are liberal Democrats who buy into being calling themselves birthing mothers, menstruating beings and shit like that. And women are starting to say, wait a minute, we're being replaced. We're being, so so it doesn't. And the thing is, so it's more than just taking over the family because it's also destroying the family structure. It's also talking about you don't need a family. I had a conversation with two of my cousins, right? They're both married. And we went down to North Carolina. I mean, we kept it because they look at my stuff and they think I'm a male misogynist or whatever. But we kept it
Mm-hmm.
light. So my daughter's there and she's 30 years old already. She's not married. She don't have no kids. And as far as I know, she's a nice young woman. She's out here in these savage waters. She had a relationship with a guy that broke up. So they're telling my daughter that she doesn't have to worry about being married. So I told her, wait a minute, don't be telling my daughter that bullshit. Both of you have husbands. Y'all got kids. Y'all got legacy set up. She don't. What's she gonna be doing? When she's 40 and 50 years old, out by herself. Right now, she's under my cover. And I can't rest at night until I know somebody is covering up because I believe every woman needs to be covered by a man, you know? So I said, listen, and I said, what's the matter with you saying she doesn't need to be married and she wants to, do you go to your husbands and tell them you don't need them? Because both of you are married. Y'all been married for 15, 20 years. What are you talking about? And that's the worst advice you ever could tell somebody who's single, a female. Where you get that from? As far as I know, your marriages are going, pretty well. So it's the women, even the women who are married, are giving bad advice to younger women. I said, y'all gotta stop that shit. So I mean, so this thing it's just insidious and it's permeating our whole society. So
You know what it is though, Mr. Rich, and this is the crazy part about it. I'm starting to notice this as well. Um, Women don't like when we infantilize them, or a lot of the things that when we talk truth about their behavior, it sounds like we're infantilizing them. But as we say on this show a lot, and I've heard many people say, don't listen to what women say, listen to what they, I'm sorry, watch what they do.
right,
And I've noticed the same exact thing. A lot of women are out here, married women, giving bad advice. And it's because women don't exercise any level of foresight at all.
exactly.
They only talk about what they're feeling in the moment, right? So smart women know to defer to the men in their life, their father, their husband, their brothers, and trusted confidants to figure out how to exercise foresight before they say anything catastrophic or do anything catastrophic, especially when it comes to the terms of telling other family members what to do. Some of the best women I know in life don't even give their daughters advice on things dealing with the future. They will gather a group of men together and say, let them tell you,
Right.
because I'm just going to tell you something selfish. I'm going to tell you what's best for you, which actually isn't good for you in the long term. It's just good for you right now. Right. So I've seen that happen so terribly. And the worst part about it is that, like you said, these women have their nest egg set up because of the
Right.
man. They are
Right.
taking their husbands for granted.
Exactly.
It's the fact that their husband made such a great life with them that they're able to even come out of their mouth and say, well, maybe you shouldn't be married. They won't have what you have. How do you not see that she cannot build that for herself? She won't
Exactly.
even want to. And then she's going to blame you. But John the Baptist, what do you got on it?
Just remind me the question again. I want to make sure my answer really fits the question.
Is feminism pushing a narrative that women are better suited to lead the family?
Oh, my answer doesn't really fit. Okay, so, but to answer the question, no. I mean, yes, it is. It's actually pushing the narrative that women are better fit. Um, and I think it's been pushed, like I said in my opening statement. I think it was the prophecy, it was the message they intended for it to do in the beginning. I look at feminism always been an evil movement against society. And so I think that's always been the message. And it's pushing that message right into today. And it's putting women and men in a predicament where that we are in a weakened state. We are actually much stronger together than we are divided. And so
Mm-hmm.
what's happening is because women and men are now divided, our kids in a terrible predicament, and it's making society weaker in general. You know, if you want to make something weak, divide it up. Make it fight against its own best interest,
Mm-hmm.
and that's exactly what we're doing. And feminism is one of the biggest things that's making it happen right now. And then you have men who have been raised by this feminist idea who can't even recognize their argument is from a feminist point of view because
Yeah.
we don't we've been propagated, we've been taught and propagated and set upon this ideal that we think is masculine, but it's not even masculine. It's masculating men. It's making boys look like ASAP Rocky in that picture, and that's the ideal men looking like this indecisive, feminine natured, soft spoken idea of what a man should look like.
Mm-hmm.
And a man, there should be nothing soft spoken about a man. When a man speaks, he doesn't speak foolishness, but when he speaks with authority and power. And that cannot come from a position of weakness. Whenever a man speaks from a position of weakness, you hear it in his voice, you hear it in the way he talks, you hear it in his ideology. It's always praised the weaker instead other than promoting the power.
Mm-hmm.
Because the power is what protects the weaker. If you weaken the power, then the weaker is overran by other authorities, authoritative men. And that's what's happening now, especially in the black family. We have other powerful men overthrowing the black community
Oh
because
yeah,
somehow because we weakened it. And I'll be quiet on that one.
indeed. I mean, that divide and conquer strategy is probably one of the oldest there is. You'd think people wouldn't fall for it. And the funniest thing is that, I think throughout time you've noticed that men don't fall for it in droves. Somebody's going to speak up and the other men are going to fall in line. So they say, well, how do you divide these people up? Aha, go after the woman. And the craziest part about it is women actually used to, because I don't even want to get on women like women have always been this way. There are still women around the world, in fact, most women that are grounded in something like religion, culture. They will take a spear to a man telling them to go against their husband. Excuse me? I would never. That is the type of woman, I feel like needs to be celebrated more often. Because there are women like that. Go try to get them to go against their husband, their protection. They are fully aware of what he represents to their family and especially in the lives of their children. Go
I
ahead,
want to
John.
add to what you just said though about religion aspect of it. And that's one of the breeding grounds of feminism now.
It is. I think the pastors are actually, you know how many unmarried pastors there are that just kind of switch their narrative up to serve women because women are now predominant ones going to church.
Yeah.
Like all of
It's not
these
even
YouTube slash
yeah,
Instagram pastors.
yep. And not even unmarried pastors, even married pastors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They
Just
are
about the
now
dollar
they are
bill.
now starting to preach feminism. Is one of my biggest. One of my biggest arguments against in modern day church is the empowering of women inside the church. One of the reasons men are not going to church anymore because they recognize the feminist culture that exists in church.
Mm-hmm.
Not in the faith itself, just in organized religion.
Yep. All right, y'all. Sorry, I got distracted. Dude wants to trade me a puppy for one of my Glocks. This is hilarious.
Type
I,
of
I I opened it up and said, I'm selling one of my guns. I said, what is this guy trying? Hey, I'll trade you. I'll go down. It's a damn puppy. What the hell?
it
Puppy
might be
for
a good.
Glocks.
What type of puppy is it though? It might be a
It's
good
okay.
trade.
I'm responding to your ad on Gun Trader Dojo Argentino. What is that? I don't know.
Hugo Argentino.
The white dog.
It's an
It's a
Argentinian
Dugo.
mastiff. Nah, they're actually good dogs. I don't trust anybody willing to trade that dog for a gun because
Dog.
those puppies literally go for between 25 and 4,500. I doubt it's that.
No, it says a puppy dojo Dogo
That's,
Argentino.
that's that's what I was saying when you said the puppies and you immediately dismiss it. Some of them dogs are a lot more valuable
Expensive.
than a few weapons. Man. I would
Yeah.
trade a couple of weapons for certain dogs, especially if they're breed
No,
worthy.
we already got a dog. I ain't doing two. We already tried that last month. No. All right. So, CEO, what do you got on the question? Is feminism pushing a narrative that women are better suited to lead the family?
You know, this whole subject, this whole topic is very complex because we jump in it at a certain time in its timeline, and there's so much to it because feminism really it's only pushing like it was only meant to push, equal, standards in employment in the workplace for women. White women are not pushing feminism for real. Even if they say it superficially on media, you don't never see no white woman running no relationship with white men. You don't never see Mexican women running no relationship with Mexican men, Chinese, and nobody. The only place where it's really starting to disturb shit is black culture, is the black family. Now, that's where the women have been given this ideology. They really don't understand where it's coming from. They're taking it out of context. They're blowing it out of proportion, and it's really starting to mess things up. But nobody else, you can't show me somewhere else in America where the men or anybody's having an issue with feminism. But us,
Yes, I
it's only
can.
this.
Yes, I can.
Hold on, Granville. Let me
And
respond.
Okay.
people
So,
Sorry about that.
people
yeah,
are
go
saying
ahead.
you can, but like I'm telling you, you can't. You don't see it nowhere messing up nobody's families, nobody's societies, nobody's economy. It's only a problem in the black race, and you can do your research. It's not affected nowhere else because other women they just couldn't fall for that because they've always been standing next to their men. The black women kind of lost their men. They our structure, our society kind of got messed up back in the day, and they were able to come in. They came with the little deal type of thing where get the man out the household and you can get housing. They came and got him from the Black Power movement and brought him over to feminism and stuff. So it's real complex, man. But I don't think feminism is a threat. I think we just gotta separate our particular society from the greater society and realize we can't handle that. We can't take that as black people.
So I'll say, as far as white people are concerned, white women are like the second worst with it. So they're we may not, because we're not white, see it, but they're the second worst, and they're the ones who actually took this to a political level first.
Let me
So
ask you this: out of all
yeah.
other societies, given feminism, other than the black woman, what gender or what race of woman could take this feminism and actually undermine her man? You
No,
can't.
this is what I'm saying.
Feminism is
The
only a problem.
white woman,
Feminism is only a problem.
the white woman
Feminism.
cannot undermine
That's
white
Hold on,
not
hold
men.
on,
true.
hold on, hold on,
That's
They
hold
have the
on.
military.
Hold on, CEO. So statistically speaking, I'm using statistics to say that it is the worst. You are absolutely right. It's the worst in the black community. Then right behind black women are white women. Now, what I think you're seeing, especially in modern time, is it's been reported that less than 7% of white women in the UK now identify as feminists. So you're right. It's dwindling down. They're not necessarily dwindling the behavior down. And here's why. White women, especially white mothers, it's all good to be for equality. It's all good to push feminism. but it's doing something it was never supposed to do, which is make you unattractive to your male counterpart. And white women, especially white families, their number one calling card for the mothers, especially, is being able to produce marriageable daughters. You know that's a thing. You know you're not a woman in those communities if you cannot produce marriageable women. If no man wants your daughter, you fail. That's why you see so many white women retreating. In fact, I even got a bone of contention with white women because it's like, how can you be the one who started this but also want to be the hero at the end of the damn story too? Because now they've started something called, I like to call it the new traditional woman movement, where they are scapegoating black women for not listening to their men, for isolating men from their children. They're scapegoating black women, but they started the whole damn movement. So I think it's kind of funny how that happened. But Granville, let's get your take on it.
Repeat the question.
Is feminism pushing a narrative that women are better suited to lead the family?
Yes, it is.
Explain.
Aren't you up on these panels every day listening to this
I,
stuff?
I am, but I need to hear you say it. Go ahead.
When you get up on these panels, when you get into these messages, these discords, back chats, Reddits and stuff, you see the vile things and crazy things women say about men, what they want to do to men, how they want to destroy men, how they want to get rid of men. They believe we are the subsidiary, the weaker vessel now. They want to rule, they want to control. But the problem I have is with it, they don't want to take any repercussions for that power. They still wanted to use us as a meat shield. And I'm not willing to be a meat shield for no woman.
A meat shield? Is that what you
A
said?
meat shield.
Hey, you might have to copyright that. I might have to borrow that. That was a good one. Hey, goddamn Sam, can you cam up real quick and you can cam down?
I just wanted
Again,
to
if
say
you
one more thing. Happy Mardi Gras to everyone. Today's Fat Tuesday in my city. As in we say in my city, Lizzie Bon Ton Roulette.
yeah, because I seen all my homies at the damn Zulu ball. I was kind of pissed I didn't get to
Hail
go.
Zulu. I
Oh, that
did
joint
not
was
walk for Zulu this year. I am a Zulu tramp. But I had to work.
got you. All right, Dusto, good morning to you, man. What's going on? Oh, good afternoon, rather. What's going on to you?
Unfortunately, I have to say this. Modern women are whooping that ass. Let's just be real. There's a small percentage of men standing on their square. The other ones are getting ragdolled, mopped, yanked, skanked, mollywopped, lifted, dunked, slammed, clobbered, and freaking brutalized. That's what's going on. Small percentage of men standing on a square, or some single, childless, or chilling, or whatever, on sidelines, on the square, near the square, and then the rest are getting ragdolled around. And the so-called solution, let's all band together and attack the woman. We're going to get them. Imagine going to a stadium, 6'5", 388-pound men with armor, waiting to go to attack a militia of baby mamas. Really? This is a joke.
Hey man, I used to think you was just trolling, but your content is valuable, man. You really do need your perspective, man.
Nah, but he be trolling 98.7% of the time.
No, what it is be trolling, and then at least 3, 4, 5 people. It's starting to be, it was per month, but now it's per week. People in the comment, yo, man, you actually right, bro. This is that's all I got. I'm chilling. That's all I got.
No worries. Black Man Unfiltered, welcome.
What's going on, my brother? What's going on? Hey, listen, I have a question, man. I always have a question for my brother Dusto.
Mm-hmm.
You consider yourself a good man, right?
I'm good. Cool.
You will be a good husband, good father. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you run into women on these panels and they wanted to kick your ass?
You want the truth?
Mm-hmm.
All the reckless dust, wig flapping, yakety cracking that I'll be doing, trolling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One.
Right. Okay. How many of them hating on you? Or got some negative to say, comments or on panels? Because the only reason I said that is because you're a good dude and you'll go out and there's women out here that will still give you the business from the perspective that you have right now. That they don't like what you're saying. Scam. You're just, you can say anything and okay, let's just take the one that don't like you right now. You can say anything right now, like you just said. You know, modern women. Oh, he just saying that because he want, right? So what I'm saying is, in a whole narrative of things, I'm just saying what we're dealing with today. We do see modern women taking over the world, and this is why. There's no way possible that they would have let Biggie Smalls do the halftime show with no T-shirt on. But they allowed Rihanna to be pregnant, and everybody up there, everybody was like, okay, right? And not only that, she was 200 feet up in the air floating with a big old belly. You know what I'm saying? I don't have nothing against her being pregnant. I'm just saying, damn, if I'm the father of that child, I'm like, baby, I don't think you should be up 200 feet above
Hey,
my
I
head.
thought I was the only one, Black. I thought I was the only one.
Black man, I want to answer your question.
Yeah.
One woman, but more men got a problem with what I got to say. Didn't that tell you something?
Not really. I mean, I think men are upset with your trolling. I mean, not upset with your trolling because I love it.
They're upset because it's the damn truth, and they got to look it in the mirror. Now, their phone's ringing right now, and it's a feminist saying, "Hey, man, my rent due. Nigga, pay up. Get me my wig and iron my clothes." And they got to deal with the reality.
Now, do you think the whole feminist thing? Do you think do you ever think it will affect you?
42 years old. In my household and whatever? No, we're not doing that. I'll burn the whole damn thing down.
You old as shit. That's the guy there. Sorry.
But I'm young, solid, slim, looking good. So,
but I'm saying, do you think it'll ever affect you when you leave out your front door, like the policies and things that you can do and cannot do, and women taking over, women becoming your boss, right? And then, right? So, I'm saying, like, do you feel like these things are going to take place and it's going to affect you as a person overall over the next 2-3 years?
Yes. You want the other answer?
Yeah.
2 of my greatest supervisors, which my direct supervisor now is a female. Some of my greatest opportunities were given me by women, Black women. It's not because I ain't up here competing. She's the supervisor. She got the position. They're good at, but I work in admin and I worked in education and some other stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm not walking around competing, trying to beat up on women all day.
So, no, you're not competing with her in the workforce, is what you're saying.
Just in reality, this person is supervisor. That's their job. I want the job. I want the money. Work there. Because it can be a man. Oh, I've been greased by some dudes, Black men. I mean, it's a job. You're there to get your money.
Now, I'm going to ask you this. Do you believe that companies are starting to conform to women and they're giving women who have less experience positions over men who have years of experience? Let me tell you why. Because I'm in corporate America, right? Thank God for this off day. I'm in corporate America, right? But in that corporate office, there's a man that's been there for 27 years. Great. Everybody loves him. He's a great guy. He knows the job like the back of his hand. But just for inclusion, they give the position to a woman that's been there 4 years. And she's asking us questions about the job every day.
That's probably how them white folk felt when they had that equal opportunity employment and shit. That's probably how.
Yeah, man. But these are like anecdotal kind of things. And
part of my point.
It doesn't really.
Yeah.
You know, listen. Longevity doesn't mean you're the best person for a job. You know,
right.
Longevity doesn't mean that you're the best person for a job. I mean, that's a truism.
Yeah.
And maybe the 4 to 27 ain't right, but what I'm just trying to say is I don't necessarily agree 100% with what Dusto they call you, scam likely. Mm-hmm. It's on the surface, it looks like women are winning, but under underbelly, the society's being destroyed.
Yeah,
you know, and you know, because at the lower levels, they definitely are not winning. Definitely not. You know, and so all I'm saying is, let me just finish this.
Go ahead.
Some of the success that the women have, some of the success that the women have is absolutely okay. We want our Western women. The thing about the West that makes it better than every place in the world is because we utilize all of our citizens that want to be used, right? So women have a lot to offer in a lot of areas, and they're being suppressed in a lot of places, and those places cannot be better off than we are because we're using all of that stuff.
I gotta
But
push
they're
back.
taking it too far. They're taking it
do
too
I.
far.
I gotta push back.
Go ahead, then I'll push back with both hands.
Okay, I would like to hear that.
Pause.
If I heard you correctly, marriage politics, you're saying that women that the U.S. that the West is doing better because we utilize both men and women
In
to
terms
make
of
society better.
advancement, in terms of
For the
advancement,
advancement.
yes.
Okay, if that's your argument, then it's subjective argument, right? My pushback is subjective. What do
Okay.
you call better?
I'm talking about intellectual advancement. I'm talking about what women can offer. Now, personal advancement might be different, the way they want to disrupt the order of things, but you can't deny that women are some women are technically savvy, some women are administratively savvy, some women have gifts that are being suppressed because they can't be educated. And so not in Afghanistan, they closed down the schools. What I'm trying to say is there's a power in women that could be utilized above and apart from all this feminist shit that's going on,
So my
right? Because
question to you, so my second
because it
question,
doesn't have to be one or the other. I mean, it
so
doesn't have to be
my
one and the
second question
same.
would be
Go ahead.
my second question to you would be then when do the gains and the losses, which do you weigh the most of the workplace? The gains for the workplace and the losses for the family or the order, which you're talking about, the subject you're talking about today? How do you value that then? Gains versus
No.
losses.
See, on that, I agree with you because it got out of hand because men allowed it to get out of hand. Remember now, in our society, all the gains that women have is at the grace of men. If we didn't want them to have this shit, they wouldn't have it. They can't defend feminism. If they had to defend it because men want to get rid of that shit, what can they do? They wouldn't be able to do a goddamn thing if men said, you know what, fuck that. We're gonna take your right to vote away. We're gonna do all of this shit because we're tired of this goddamn stuff. What are they gonna do? They can't even defend. They can't even defend this shit if
So,
men wanted to take it away.
you're saying the gains are better now, then I guess than the losses.
Nah,
I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't want to put words in your
the
mouth.
waters have been muddied. Let me put it to you that way. The waters have been sullied because just like everybody who's encouraging on the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, they take it too far. Just like the LBGYNs, these fucking guys, right? They wanted to have rights, okay? You got rights.
He said,
Now on same-sex marriage, they got that shit. Now I want you to call me if, that, and the other fucking thing, right? So they want that. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody keeps moving the bar. Black people did it the same way when we started getting rights. We wanted to keep moving the bar. And so now the feminists say, I just want equal rights. That wasn't enough. Now I want a dick, right? We got women walking around wanting dicks, So I'm just trying to say it always creeps. And I'd like to go back to the fact that nobody in this country is promised anything other than life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not happiness, but the pursuit of it. And everybody's lost sight of that. I'm stepping on your toes, you're stepping on my toes, and the feminists are stepping on men's toes. So that's separate from the fact that they have intellectual property to offer. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And that's where we get wrapped up in the, red pill rage. And black women have been used as a conduit for all the bad shit in this country. They took feminism to the ultra level. They got these LBGYN friends and shit. They got all kinds of the depravity that's going on. They co-sign the all kinds of horse shit.
Are they gonna come for
and
you
this
for
is how
playing
they
with their
use
name?
them, huh?
They gonna come for you for playing with their name like that.
Oh yeah, you know what, man? I'm retired, man, so I don't give a shit, man.
I got 2 gallons worth. I got 2 gallons worth of pushback.
Okay.
Here's the deal. Check it out. Let's be real. 'Cause I know every black man on YouTube makes $500,000 a year, all of them. So if you make $500,000 a year and your wife ain't got to work, hey, cool. Man making all the money, wife ain't got to work anyway. What do we care about the woman in the workplace? Or you make enough money and your wife has to work, or your girlfriend or whatever has to work. So you're saying we want them to work. We want them to be oppressed when they get there because they need to stand all the way in the back with the men. They need to make $2 an
Well,
hour.
I didn't say that.
That's
But
money coming out of your own damn household. So do you want the woman to be able to compete and make money, or do you want them to have to sit in the back and make $3 an hour?
That's
That's
okay. Normally I don't do this, but I'm gonna troll for a little bit. So how about this? How about we all get together, sing Kumbaya? We wait. I'm with you, Scam, when it comes to equal pay. If a woman if she went to school and she's up on her game and she gets a great job, man, I'm all for it. Women make your bread, right?
Right.
But now we're talking about what he was alluding to, and marriage and politics was alluding to, is that women now are saying, okay, that's not enough. Now we want to be equal to you in every way. There are women saying that I'm stronger than you, that I can perform better than you, that I can fight better than you,
which
that
is the
I
reason
can
why.
land jobs better than you. And all I'm saying is, how about we do this all as a unit all together? Let's just start hiring these women on construction sites. Let's let them work the bulldozers. Let them carry the center blocks. Let's let them build. Let's let them work in the nuclear power plants. Let's let them dig ditches. Let's let them sit out in the sun all day on the interstate. Because in Texas, we got a lot of work here in Dallas. Hell, they've been working on this road since I moved here in 2009. So they're still working. They need workers, right? So let's get these women out here with the stop signs. Let's get them to carry. Let's get them to back the trucks up and down, going up and down. Let's get them to run the dart trains, drive to school. Everything that a man does, let's get them in these jobs. And let's see how
they
fast.
don't want to do those jobs. You know that.
They're not going to take that responsibility.
They only want the top
All right, order. Let's get goddamn Sam up in here. What's going on, man? What do you got on the topic so far?
How you doing, fellas? Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna do that. It's simple as that. They're just not gonna do it. They want the equal rights. They want to walk like us, talk like us, be like us, but they cannot hold it like us. And we all are responsible for our own happiness. Like a job shouldn't make you happy. Another person shouldn't make you happy. It's your responsibility to make yourself happy, right? And when it comes to how these women are moving and shaking and baking, you know, we don't want to take, nobody want the lower end jobs, but we have to have people in those positions. You have to have the cleaners, you have to have the bottom $3 workers. Like, you have to have these individuals. So I mean, people have to learn how to put in the work first in order to succeed. Like, I didn't put in a lot of work. I work in the biopharmaceutical industry, so it took me years and years of just learning and starting from the bottom to get where I'm at now, making 6 figures, doing pretty well. But it's still, you know, it took me time to get here. So, you know, that's just all I had to say right now. You guys having a great panel today, so I just wanted to chime in.
My man, appreciate that. Uncle Stepdaddy, how you doing this afternoon?
How's it going, brother? How's it going, fellas?
All is well. You want to respond to the question at the bottom, or you want to talk about the topic in general?
Whatever. Let me see. I'm seeing it scroll across the bottom. I apologize.
No worries. I'll read it to you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Is feminism pushing a narrative that women are better suited to lead the family?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, yes. Shit, where y'all want to go? You know what I'm saying? How many? How much time we got today? Shit. If we just want to be honest, I want to start on any YouTube streams, man. Look at how these panels be, man. Look at how these women be talking about dudes and talking to dudes, and then you see what narrative they're pushing on TV. Like, I caught the tail end of what you guys were discussing a while ago. Hey, bro, I get it that you want to, you know what I'm saying, keep it balanced and stuff like that, but just at the end of the day, my brother, these women ain't finna do these jobs. They want all the benefits, but none of the responsibility. Just point blank, period, man. Like, I'm sick of these, and I ain't talking about this young brother on here specifically, but I'm sick of these. I'm gonna touch one subject, but I'm gonna combine it with this. I look at this like the plantation, man. And it's a lot of house Negroes when it comes to this feminism out here in the men field, bro. And I spoke on it on another panel. Like, these dudes just as dangerous as these women, man. At the end of the day, until I see a woman carry a refrigerator on her back, not only just that, in Texas, I forgot what one of y'all brothers say y'all from Texas. I've been in Houston 9 years. Finna be 10 years this summer. I ain't never seen no woman work for a mover company. Never. Ever.
Well, look.
Y'all
Some
are
of the
proving
Mexican
my
women
point.
do, but
They're
some of the
proving my
Mexican women
point
do, but
once
they just
again.
cleaning stuff. They cleaning stuff.
Exactly. Well, let me preface that. Let me add context to that. That's what they doing. They doing a lot of cleaning. They ain't doing no lifting. So, but yes, we see it every day. We see it we hear it in music. We see it on TV. Like, this is the worst thing that's probably ever happened to this society, especially the modernized society, and to our people. And I Trigger Mike, I hope you don't get a whole lot of flack for this, but this is almost about worse integration, man. Like, it's to an extent what that happened to our people. It's up there with integration.
And
So,
No, it's worse, bro.
point on that before you skip the
It's
topic.
worse than integration, bro.
yeah.
Integration did not disintegrate the family structure. It didn't. It not really.
Yeah,
So, CEO, you got pushback?
Yeah, I was thinking about, so it's like, just think about it in this context. You know, when we first come in America, you got the racism and all that, right? So you know how we're trying to push into the board of education. We're trying to push into the education system. Now we got this greater society that's talking about their white supremacy. They're better than blacks and to anything. But then when we start coming into certain fields, coming into their employment, coming into their schools, these white folk who swear they're superior to us, they start complaining. Like, what are you scared of? If niggas is monkeys, they dumb and everything, what are you scared about them reading a book for? So I think if flip-flop, it kind of makes us look suspect, because if we're saying black women or women, period, can't keep up with us, they can't do this, they can't do that, why are we threatened by their presence? Why are we threatened about them coming into the employment? Like, really, I don't care what they do.
CEO,
threatened.
CEO, we're not threatened. Hold on, CEO. Take a break.
Hold up a minute. If
Yes,
we're really men, if we are really men, and what we say every day on this panel is true, that these women cannot compete with us, they do not have the competence and capable with us, they're not as strong as us, woo-de-woo. I don't care what they do when they come into the employment field. You can't compete with me. Do your best, sister. I support you. I'm glad you got an opportunity, but I'm not threatened by you at all. You can't compete with me. Just like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like when they said white supremacy. You want to say black men ain't nothing and black people ain't nothing. So why are you threatened by us getting education? Why are you threatened by equal opportunity? If we ultimately can't compete with you and you're superior to us, you have no threat. Why are you complaining? It makes us
let me respond to what you're saying real quick.
Against these women.
Let me respond to what you're saying real quick, because you make a point, in a sense. You make a point, and I think it's still yet to be determined if women can compete with men. Here's why. We don't know if women can compete with us without help from the government. We have no idea. All right. Women have no idea if they compete with us without affirmative action.
Which way, Mike? Which way are you talking about compete?
Affirmative action, action and quotas is the reason why women are getting jobs over men. Underqualified women get jobs over. Listen. They say it. Don't even take a man's word for it. They're on panels calling themselves a double minority.
Right.
That means that if a company wants to keep its tax breaks, if they want to meet the quota for the year, they will take an underqualified woman over an overqualified man. And what's worse, they will make her his boss. Women have no idea, unless they are purely entrepreneurs, if they can compete with men at the same scale without government help.
Hold on one second. Hold on, Trigger. I think you made the wrong argument. I'm not saying your argument is wrong, but I think you made the wrong argument based on what CEO was making. Yep. CEO said, why are we afraid to compete with women? It's not that we're afraid to compete with women. We recognize, because the problem is you're interjecting women into the workplace. Who's at home with the kids?
Shit, I think they have the babysitters now.
Ah,
that's the problem.
Are y'all really doing this?
Don't include all of us. No.
Is this really what we're doing?
No, what I'm okay. So this it's not okay. So all the things y'all talking about.
I don't know why y'all want an Olympics of men against the women, which is a joke.
Hey, Tricker, yeah, that's you with the background.
We're talking about the order. We're talking about the show is about the order of family.
No, here's my point. What I'm hearing is we want to compete with these women. We're going to show them how tough men we are. These women, Why would you show up to compete with the women? That's like grown men competing against the damn kids. Grown men playing on a middle school basketball court. Are you gonna pay to watch that and give a $500,000 trophy to the winner? This is a joke. And
Yeah,
what if
that's
you
what.
went and competed? What if? Because let's be honest, today's men garbage too. Most of them garbage.
Yeah,
Victims.
but before we go down there,
No, hold
before we
on,
go
hold on.
down,
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
okay.
Half the men victims too. The white men, the black, all white men complain, oh, the foreigners, I'm oppressed. The black dudes, what? All of them. Weak. What if a woman does go and do a better job than you on the damn constructions? Then what you gonna do?
She can't.
What if there's one that does?
No, let's be realistic though. Scam. Let's be realistic. Ain't no woman even going to apply for a job to do no hard labor at no construction site, bro.
What
Let's
normalize the
Hold on,
conversation
fellas.
a little bit.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Let's take this out of the realm of the hypothetical and let's start making it literal.
Exactly.
Scam likely.
I'm saying keep up, not
do you
down.
think?
That's
Let
all
me
I'm
ask
saying.
you. Do you think that women should be able to be chief of police?
Here we go. What does the police look like now? Because y'all are saying, oh, the police, the brutalities, the blah, blah, blah. Some of those are men running it.
I'm just saying, do
Not
you
now.
feel like a department full of men at a 90% rate, that's 90% men, should it be led by a woman? Is it fundamentally correct that it should be led by a woman?
What your men doing? Because you're complaining about that. What these supermen doing?
All right.
Can I answer that question? Let me answer that question.
Hold on,
let's go to Mr. Rich. Hold on. Let's go to Mr. Rich, then we're gonna go to Black Man. Then we're gonna
a better example would have been should women be prison guards in male prisons? Right? That's a better example. Because let me just say, because I don't just listen, if a woman wants to be a cop, right? They don't just make her chief of police. She's got to go through the ranks. Even if they use some affirmative action shit, that chick she ain't no regular chick. She's hard as hell by the time she gets there. So she ain't your regular feminine chick. Now, do I believe a woman should be a leader of men in the police force? Or should a woman ever be a general in the army or the Air Force? And so, I mean, some of that shit is a meritocracy. Some of it really is. You just can't say it's not, but that's almost immaterial. Listen, most men don't make enough money not to have their wives working. That's where we're at, so we might want to be traditional men, but we can't, you want to, even if we're men, but we still want a certain modicum of lifestyle. So if you put your wife out there to work, whatever her freaking job is, you have to understand that she's putting in the 40 or 60 hours just like you, right? So there's got to be, well, you're shaking your head, but most men can't afford to live on their own without the wives working.
Well, I would say,
let me just land. I'm not saying you should give up leadership of your family, but you can't come out here and act like you're some hard leg if you got your wife out there hustling for a freaking living just like you. I mean, we got to come to realization like that. You could be a champion, in your house, but then you have to employ other tools, right? Because if your wife is out there hustling, beating off the fucking alpha men chasing her around every day, if she looks good, you're going to have some shit with you, when you come home, and you got to compromise on certain things. So, let me just leave it there. Okay.
Let me just say this to your point too, because we got to change this narrative around as if men are pushing their women out here to work. We're not. These women put themselves out here. These women are the ones they are forcing themselves into the workforce via their own education. They literally are creating the narrative that we're pushing them. And then the other side of it is that men can take care of themselves.
I'm talking about their families.
Hold on.
I agree with Trigger Mike.
Hold on. Let me.
I haven't seen him in about 30
We all have to be adults. We all have to take care of ourselves. We all adults.
Let me get everybody mute up, and then we're gonna get True Table in here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. My bad.
They said where the goalpost.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. I said it, black man, and then True Table. Go ahead.
So I don't mind. A lot of people are not believers, right, of anything religious or Christian based or whatever. But if you are, the Bible speaks thoroughly about women in leadership, and it even speaks to the point of, it says women are starting to even push the Bible to the back of the room, because the Bible even says that a woman should not be over a man, nor should she teach a man anything. The man is the head of the woman, right? So we'll go there. But let me transfer over. I lived in Louisiana my whole life. I grew up there. I'm a Louisiana boy, right? And during Katrina, when everything hit the fan, we had a governor named Kathleen Blanco. That was her name. And during that time, when it flooded, her leadership, she got so nervous and emotional, she destroyed an entire city. Now, I'm talking from experience because I was there. She's told the National Guard, get in there, shoot everybody moving. People were coming out of the store with bread, getting shot. People were getting meat, getting shot. People were.
Then she told them to go take their guns. Don't forget that part.
Yeah. Go in their house. Yeah, go take their guns. They don't need any listen, if you see a person with a firearm, take their firearms. If you see them walking out of Walmart with bread, food, any items whatsoever, you shoot them. There were bodies everywhere, right? And then the National Guard stole everything. Mm-hmm. Right? They were getting the Rolexes, breaking in safes and all this other stuff, right? And so her leadership, she got so nervous, she was on TV crying. We don't know what to do. And I was like, oh my God. And guess who was behind her? Yep. Lieutenant Governor. He stepped up to the plate and he basically took over and said, hey, listen, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to tell her what we need to do. They called off the National Guard. They got school buses in there to get those people shipped out to Houston or to Austin or whatever they were taking them. We got out. My dad was one of those volunteers that drove those people out of there. And we got people to safety. This lady was so nervous that she said it was like martial law there. It was like a third world country in that city because she didn't know the protocols. She didn't know what to do in the moment of crisis. She was just out of there. It was horrible. People were found in nursing homes. She didn't do evacuation plan correctly. They found a nursing home full of elderly people that drowned in the flood. Several different nursing homes. If she would have done it 48 hours earlier and got those people out, they would have survived.
I feel like I need
failure.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up.
No,
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying complete, utter failure. And when her backup came in and took over, he straightened all that out. He wasn't nervous. He wasn't emotional. He was direct, and he straightened it all out.
So I feel like this is an important moment to piggyback because this is one of those teachable moments where you need to tell women because, there are women watching, women tuning in that are pissed at what you just said, right? Yeah. But here's the interesting part. Let me try to articulate it in this way as well. Women, especially in the workforce and in areas like this, there is no difference. It's very hard. It's an imperceptible difference between the intelligence of a man and the intelligence of a woman and our efficiency in these jobs when everything is going well. It's almost an imperceptible difference. Mm-hmm. You cannot tell when there is no chaos. Where you start to see men take over is when you introduce stress and chaos into the situation. This same example that Black man gave is exactly why men are the head of the family. You can't really tell the difference when everything is going well. When the philosophy is being followed, you can't tell the difference. It's just working the way it works. Introduce some stress into the situation, and men naturally outperform women almost every goddamn time. That is why we have things set up this way. This is why, though, ladies, and I got to say this part as well. The reason is not that we're sabotaging you or we're trying to take over to make ourselves look good. When you have the ability to be blamed for something catastrophic, something in your biology steps back. Women cannot be accountable for anything in the presence of men. I'm telling y'all, it's biological. I've watched this very closely. When a man is around, a woman has a biological nature to step back and let him take the ultimate blame. Let him take all the accountability. Because if the blame is on me, I can't handle it. I've literally seen that in every scenario in life. True Table, what's going on? What you got on the topic, sir?
Nothing much, fellas. I was listening in for a while, but I have to pull over and chime in. Uh, I blame the men, and I'm gonna continue to blame the men, mainly because out of all the communities of men, I continue to see that our community overly romanticizes this image of what our families look like. We give our black women entirely too much grace. There is not enough men that stand on what it is that they claim they believe. They claim they believe. The moment you're presented with any type of pressure, the moment you're presented with her mouth, you have nothing to combat it. I heard a man, marriage politics say moments ago, you can't expect her to treat you as the man if she's working. That's BS. I think that a lot of men, especially in our community, have no plan for the
I didn't say
relationship they
that,
claim they
brother.
want. You didn't say
I
that?
didn't
Okay,
say that.
what did you say?
No, I didn't want to stop, but I didn't say it. You're misquoting. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to misquote you. I'm paraphrasing, so do forgive me. That's how I interpreted it. But what I took from that was, and I've
Then
heard
that's
it
my
before.
bad.
Okay. I've heard it before though. I think that this is a fairly new perspective. Mr. Kevin Samuels and others who've been introduced this, we buy our power by our earning potential. That's a part of it. I think that men have to be held to the standard that we need to have a plan always. You have a plan for your individual life as a black man. So if any woman, black, white, don't matter, comes into your program, she knows what she's supposed to be doing and you're supposed to be instructing her. And I've talked to hundreds of men in our community particularly. When I ask, why did you pick her? How does she benefit your overall life plan? They have no answer. What I see is that there is a lack of understanding function. There's a lack of understanding that when life shifts, if I go from making 100,000 to 50, I do not void my man position. I am always man, regardless of the fact. If I just so happen to land a woman that makes more money than me, then I still need to be able to conduct myself with the value that I've earned as a man. Because the difference between being a man and a woman is that it is a privilege to be a man, but it's a performance based position. You're always going to be tested, even with your woman. And they are childlike in a sense that when they earn position, which like Trigger Mike said, is privilege as well. Everything they do, we allow. Everything they benefit from, we allow. And it's so sad to see that a lot of my brothers do not have anything to combat the nonsense. You need to know how to question your woman. You need to know how to ask her the right things when she's running off at the mouth, claiming she's more man than you. And the fact that we're measuring it by just simple biology and strength, I think is a very low vibration presentation of an argument. If she is who she claims she is in all facets, then allow them to show that in all facets. And I beg to differ. They're just not equipped for it, past the fact that they're physical. So I just really want to encourage my brothers to understand our position. They're acting the way they act because we don't have anything to be presenting to them as the plan. What are they
So,
supposed to be doing? Go ahead.
so Mr. Table, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So, what I want to present to you is this. I said this I've been saying this for the last few weeks, right? And the last few weeks, I've been saying the reason that men are in the position that we are in right now is because and I don't want to know if you agree with it, is that we need to take our power back, right? As men, as being leaders. And what I meant by that is when we're in our community as leaders, as husbands, as fathers, in the community, we also need to have some type of authority over that community that we're in, right? I alluded to back in the day, my grandfather would see a kid out of line, he would straighten that boy up. He see the young lady out of line, he would straighten that young lady up and send her on her way. And then later on, he would go to the mom and the daddy of those children and say, hey, listen, we need to do better here. And I think that men need to take their power back and stop conforming to what it is that women are asking them to do, but start saying, hey, listen, this is the leadership. This is where I'm going. This is the vision. This is where I want to see my community. If somebody's out of line, we straighten that problem up. Do you agree with that men should do that? Or do you think we should do something differently?
I
I got
think that we need. I think that we need to combine both. I think that you're definitely right. We first of all have to be present in our communities, and then yes, we need to take our power back. But at
Right.
the same time, we do need to adopt as the society moves forward. certain things, I believe in our community, we stay stuck in a time frame of like the 50s and the 60s. You know, we didn't have these problems when the church was very prevalent in our community. And, you know, no knock to who those who are not religious or have their, you know, doctrine, whatever. But we didn't have these type of problems. A lot of things have shifted as we stop, you know, living for what I believe is our natural order. But you have to know how to adapt with the times. What I don't think is ever going to change is that men are always going to be men. We're always going to be the leaders. We're always going to be the head. Women are always going to be women. Um, to my knowledge, I don't think any men are birthing babies to date. So I believe that that should speak to the nature of who we are. But, but I'm just saying, and I know biology is an argument point, but yes, men need to be firm on what they believe and their choices. The only thing you have as a man is your choice and who you choose to entertain and who you choose to date, who you choose to court, who you choose to invest in. That speaks more volumes to women than what you say. Because if you're willing to give her time with her asinine behavior and her attitude, she's not listening to you, bro. And men need to be consistent.
So remember, I put the mission out for this show because I didn't have a long monologue. It's to say the mission is to educate men that weren't educated why they must lead. Because yes, in fact, True Table, yeah, you kind of put it in the realm. There is a lot of the blame that has to be put on the men for their inaction. Then we got to understand why they are inactive. A lot of them were raised by their mothers. I'm sorry, not raised. They've been indoctrinated by their mothers, and they look to us. And really, you know, this is even to CEO DNP's point, because it's not even just about helping people. You can see it in the eyes of some of these men when you're in the grocery store. When I'm in the grocery store with my family, it's almost like the look has a speech behind it. It has an ask, a question like, how do I get that? Right? So I think it's definitely a mission for us to educate a lot of these men on why they must lead. Because remember, school, any man that went to college, of course, but even school, growing up, being around all your aunties, no men at all, you being in you doing little twerk dances at the beauty salon, and all the ladies clapping and cheer you on. This is whole indoctrination that they've been going through to their life, to listen to women, to be perceptive to only their needs, and to ask for nothing in return. So I think we got to teach them a whole lot. But let me get my brother Trucker Yell in here. How you doing this afternoon?
Hey, how y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Are you delivering America's goods, or are you just driving your own truck? I don't know.
I'm pretty much doing bus. No, both. No, I get down out here.
Yeah. What you
Um,
got on?
I just want to say everybody on here is absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, especially True Table, CEO, and I think Desto. I, I at first I used to think it was just a woman thing, but what I'm starting to see, what I'm starting to understand is I can understand why a lot of women just like looking at these dudes funny, because a lot of dudes out here they don't stand their ground. It's like they ain't got no morals or principles to stand on, or they don't want to follow a foundation. Um, I think somebody said there's dudes. I think the dudes out here are worse than the women. I think there are a lot of dudes out here that are the enemy. To be truthful, a lot of stuff they out here doing is crazy. I mean, me personally, CEO is right. Why are we worried about the females being competitive? That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. But we all know how this go. I ain't never seen or heard of a female in construction 2,000 feet in the air in New York. That ain't gonna never happen. And one thing for sure, like I said before, Trigger Mike, the day they take the safety net from women, meaning uh, they ain't no saving you, or you actually officially get drafted into the army, is the day shit is gonna change.
Yep,
I mean,
indeed. All
immediately.
right, Stanley.
It's gonna show. It's gonna
All
show.
I mean, without question, I can't wait for that day. To be
It's
honest,
no show.
I
I
pray. I
mean,
pray for it.
it's crazy. I mean, like, but at the same time too, though, there are a lot of dudes out here that get out here and say, "Oh, we supposed to be the leaders," and all this other bull crap. But then they out here, they out here still driving a '95 Accord. You know what
I
I'm saying?
mean, I don't know what the
They
hell his
still living
car
with
got
their
to do
mama.
with it.
Well, first of
I
all,
don't, I don't
They
know
driving
why.
a 95
Hey,
Honda,
first
them
of all,
motherfuckers
a
drive until they
95
fall
Accord,
apart.
yeah, a Camry or a
Hey,
Accord.
don't do
You
that
hush
now.
your mouth. You
Come
hush your
on
mouth
now.
right
Oh,
now.
a Camry Accord, and it be these dudes that be out here saying this shit, or they got 4 or 5 baby mamas and all this other crap, and it's like, yo,
So,
dirty Dick Rodney, sit
all
your
right.
ass
So,
down.
trucker, yeah. Let me just say this. So, according to the numbers, there's one disagreement I have where we say that the dudes are worse than the men, but it's an overrepresentation of the certain type of dude, especially when you add all the baby mamas. That's not most men, especially under the age of 35. You know, there is a lot too many of those dudes. I would admit, but that's not all dudes. That's not the life most men are living. Actually, you know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
But
right. And I get it, but you know what the messed up part is that these men is sitting here agreeing. I mean, even though it's a small portion of men, a major portion of women are literally leading this. Like like the incident I had yesterday on Aaron O's show, which again I apologize for flipping out. But the fact that a man could get up there and basically say that all women natural order is to be HOEs and we shouldn't say nothing, and they liberate. I'm like, who gets up here? Like, what's wrong with you people? Why would you do what? Who? What?
all right, Dusto
It's,
gotta
it's
go.
just
Go ahead, get your final words in. Hold on, trucker. Yeah, Dusto gotta peace out. Let's let him get his final words
but
in.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, final words. Here, ladies and gentlemen, let's be real. If you saw a guy that's 6'5" and he's crying and saying somebody stole his wallet, and you looked over and it's a 5'6" dude, drunk, you're gonna say this dude is a buster. You're not gonna say, "Excuse me, wow, where do you work out, man? I want to learn from you." No. So if you see me, man, the woman, man, they got it all. Nah. Are you gonna say, "Whoa, man, would you like to be my marriage counselor? Hey, how can I be like you so I can get all the ladies? Man, you're running things. Let's be CEOs and go in business together." Or you can say, "Man, this is a mark buster, and I ain't working with him. And I want to know the woman who whooped that ass. Maybe I need to talk to her instead of dealing with this fool." If you're
Facts.
into competing with women, you're on the wrong damn court. If you're losing, oh my God, maybe we got to get the kids out here. Hey, what's next in 2027? Who runs the household? Women or the damn kids? That's where we're going.
That's
That's all.
true.
I
All
rest
right, enough dust. I can't breathe right now. All the dust you just threw up. All right, Dusto. See you next time, bro. All right, Flex Henry, what you got on the topic, my man?
Man, you guys said a lot of great things, but the one thing is, if you don't have kids and you're not married to a woman and she's running off at the mouth, you failed even staying in that relationship. If you have to somehow control a woman, if you got to somehow continuously put a woman in her place, that's not a woman that you need to be with. And Mike, you always bring up a story how you were dating around and how you came to meet your wife. And that is something that we call vetting, that not enough women do and not enough men know how to do. Because if you're in a situation where you're constantly having to check a woman, especially these women are 25, 30, and a leopard can't change his spots. They are who they are. Very few women can make that change because they've been who they are for their whole life, or they've been a single mother for a long time. And it's hard to have a woman go from being how they were to totally changing and depending on a man if they've had to call the shots the whole time. Men need to do better overall as choosing the type of woman that they're going to deal with, because you can't just put everything to the side because she has a big booty or
Mm.
she has a nice shape or she's pretty. You guys got to sometimes just put that to the side. Or or you gotta become the man you need to be so you can have better options. And if the options don't present themselves to you at the time, you don't like anything, then you gotta go back to the drawing board and be like, you know what do I gotta change about myself to get the results that I need to get? And once you do that, you'll realize that your options are gonna expand and you'll have more of the choices of the type of women that you want. But until you get to that, if the choices you are out there that you don't like, then don't take any of them. Just go back and work. Because there's always things that we can do as men. Once we start doing that work, those options will open up. So once again, if you find yourself in a relationship with a woman, you don't have any kids with her, you're not married to her, and she's already showing signs of masculinity, she's already trying to emasculate you, you need to exit. Stage left. That's all I got for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I respond to him real quick?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick. Hey, listen, I agree with everything that you said, Flex Henry 3. Because last night I was reading this to someone last night. And again, this is not pushing nothing, religious on anybody. But for people who read their Bible, and it does say that in there. Proverbs 31, it says, do not spend your strength on women who ruin kings.
Mm.
That's
Wait,
Proverbs 31 and 3.
Hold on. Wait. Isn't the woman
that's a verse?
That's
I
a
like
verse.
that one.
That's a verse. Do not
That's a verse.
And don't they go on to describe? Don't they go on to describe the type of woman that ruins?
Yes. And then it goes after that. It goes into, it says, don't be with women who drink of wine, who crave beer, who drink and forget about where they are, who are pushing for oppression of rights. Do not let beer or wine be something that perishes you. Let them drink and forget their poverty and remember their misery is no more.
This is in the Bible. This is in the
like
Bible.
all the girls I went to college with.
This is in the Bible.
This is in the Bible.
That's in the Bible.
I need to read the Bible more. Well, the Bible sounds like it's giving game.
Yeah, Proverbs 31, verse 1 through 4, right there. If you go further down, it'll tell you what kind of woman it is that you should marry.
When you deal with that type, and when you deal with that type of woman,
I'm smelling that we got a show
brand
series
yourself,
coming
not that
on how to
woman.
interpret these Bible verses, bro.
Go ahead, CEO. What you say?
Just quickly responding to that is when you, as a man, get yourself involved with such a woman, and she mess around and ruin your life. At the end of that, when you step away, your complaint shouldn't be about that woman. It should be you taking accountability that you ignored the red signs, you made mistakes, and because of that, you're in the situation you're in. It shouldn't be huddling around with a bunch of men talking about bitches ain't shit. It should be acknowledgement that, man, I should have saw this, I should have acknowledged this, I should have recognized this, and I'm never going to make that mistake again. That I've learned.
Now, CEO, I will say this just to push back just a little bit. Let me tell you why that's not common for most men. There are men who have been married and have had great marriages, and then something significant happened. A lot of men on this panel, by just shaking up their heads, you'll see in a minute. Something significant happens in that marriage, right? With that woman, and year 4, she can become a woman that you don't even know. You vetted her, you loved her, you married her, you had a great sex life, you travel, you're doing great things, she's had your babies, everything's good. In year 4, something happens in her life and she turns.
But let's put it like this. You buy a home or you got something going on. And for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, everything's working right. On year 6, a tornado comes and blows down everything. You can't sit around and complain about the tornado. You simply have to fix your life and accept what has happened. And you know what I'm saying? Now that you've learned and realized what you want, now you have the added experience of knowing that shit could look perfect for 7 years and still go wrong on year 8. But regardless, as a man, you fix, you rebuild, you strengthen, and you move forward. You understand that even just men sitting around complaining or saying the things that we're saying, it empowers women. Women don't even understand if they truly have this power until they look at panels like this and see a pack of men complaining about women, and then they're like, shit, we really do got something. You know what I'm saying? We empower this bullshit.
CEO, I agree and I disagree in a sense.
Just one more thing, I swear I'm done. So he said if a tornado comes, we accept it, right? The man, yes, as a man, we have to accept it. But going back to what we said earlier, imagine if you didn't have insurance. So now you got to rebuild everything on your own. But if that same tornado hit that house and the woman didn't have insurance, what if someone came in and said, "Oh, don't worry about it. We rebuild it for you for free." This is what we're
Hey, bro,
dealing with.
let me tell you like this. And Mike would agree with this. If you, as a man,
Mhm.
if you built yourself in your 20s and 30s, and you're set. You stick figures. You built yourself. Your
Hmm.
woman would be scared to put you back out on the market.
Boy,
If we're ever back out,
that's exactly what.
Man,
Mm.
so you don't even
I'm not
worry
so
about
sure
that.
about that. Women
That's
don't
just gonna
know
make
what the hell
life
they
easier
want
for
Nah,
you
sometimes.
that's facts, bro.
if you're ever
But
back
But
out on the
black man,
market.
you
so you
contradicted
don't even
yourself
worry
with
about
your example about after year 4 she changes on you, because then
Mhm.
you're saying that no matter what you do you can't properly vet a woman
ooh,
because
I'm about to
they're
take
prone to
off.
change, right?
Exactly. I
So
agree.
even if you go by your Bible verse,
Mhm.
you still got to get to year 4. Whatever they tell you when you marry them, you're saying year 4 they could change their mind, which a lot of them do. So, so the best you can do is vet them properly if you're a religious man based on the Bible. But that year 4 or 5, it's gonna come. So so somehow you're gonna have to maintain who you are and who she is throughout the whole marriage,
Right, and that's why I
right?
spoke. And that's why I spoke that scripture, because even if you go over in the upper chapters of Proverbs, it talks about a man who deals with a wife who changes. And it says in Proverbs, it said it is better for a man to sleep on the roof of his house than to
Yep.
sleep in the house with a
Right.
complaining wife.
Friend of mine.
Right? It says a complaining wife is like the water dripping off of your house every day. It's a consistent thing that bothers a man's psyche, right? So Proverbs gives you an insight of, okay, you're gonna get married, but this is what you may run into. And when you run into these things, man, it's better to sleep on your house than sleep in the house of that woman. It's better. And it says a woman who speaks and uplifts her man is like a crown to his head. But a woman who talks down to her husband or lives in that emotional state, it's like cancer to his bones. So
Yeah.
Proverbs goes through these things. It breaks it down significantly about how these men are going. It says a wise woman makes her house with her hands, but a foolish woman tears it down.
Let me
Right?
just
Okay,
So
say
so
this.
you
black,
got
Let me
these
just say
scriptures,
so
this,
all
and I'll
these
move
things.
on.
so 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 black.
So
Oh,
let me
sorry. Go
just
ahead.
say this, brother. Let me just say this one. See, one of the things that we have an issue with, not an issue. It's good to talk about Bible verses,
Mhm.
but a significant amount of population is secular, right? So you got to take these scriptures and turn it into something that people will accept without trying to make it part of the Bible. I
Right.
The
mean,
Okay.
Trigger
you
Mike
don't have
Show.
to. You don't
That is
have
the
to,
Trigger Mike Show.
but you're not going to
Oh
reach
man.
everybody by quoting the Bible. I'm
Right.
No,
just
no,
telling you
no.
can. So how do you
You
interpret that?
so
Because
Yeah.
I can
so
still, go ahead.
let,
Go
let
ahead.
me
That's it.
let me say this. So that is actually what the Trigger Mike Show is about. The funniest thing about what you said, Mr. Rich, is that if I did not mention the Bible at all, that's why I said God, the order of family is God, man, woman, child.
Mhm.
But outside of the non-believers, it's still like these people still fear something. So that thing that they fear,
Right.
we can give it any name you want to. They cannot disprove this order. No, they have no evidence
I agree
that
with that.
any other order works.
Yeah.
That's why even
Hey,
without the Bible, even out the Quran, the Torah, anything, the women cannot themselves disprove that at least the man whose job it is to look to God. So he has to serve the higher power.
so
Yeah. So
so Trigger Mike, you are absolutely. I think CEO has a point, and Black Man too, which I need to start looking into the Bible because it seems like a spitting game. But I've been in both situations, like what he was talking about, like with the tornado crashing and stuff like that. That's cool. I hear that part. Like my situation, uh, the woman I was with the first time, everything was great, right? This is the woman I had my first child with, and everything was great. Everything changed as soon as her brothers died. It was a switch, like a switch. Like it was weird, man. And I tried to, I dealt with it for another 2 years, and it didn't pan out, right?
mhm.
But then I met my wives and everything like that, and um, there was a situation where her grandmother died, and I'm not even gonna lie, Lord, I hope she ain't watching this, 'cause she don't even know this. When her grandmother died, the first thing that came up to my mind is I'm about to go through the same situation again, just based off that fear, because I went through hell after that. So I definitely understand what y'all saying, you know. So
I just want to give
um,
a shout out to all the 6-figure men in the building. True Table got the double sunroof. Look at that mug. Look at that. Look at. Shout out to all the men with the double sunroof. This dude's stunting. He think he's slick. Look at those trees. All right.
Oh man.
Let's get this next question going real quick. I'm gonna actually answer first because I'm real passionate about this one. Because not only do we want to educate, like I said, educate men that weren't educated on why they must lead, we got to educate women why they must stay the hell out of our way. I don't think a lot of them get that education either. Because like I said, in the norm of the curve, it'll seem like women understand they are as intelligent. They are able to get the same jobs. So it's very easy to tell them, no, you can do what a man can do. So we got to let them know exactly why, right? We're not putting ourselves in front because I say this all the time, and I hopefully y'all have heard me on this. Men do not lead by desire. I do not know any man that's in front of his house saying, I am the leader. No, we don't do that. We lead by expectation. If we woke up tomorrow with no remembrance of the life that we've lived and we were all butt naked individuals, women will be crying and hovering over the children. And the man, by not wanting to see that happen, our leadership will take effect without any knowing that that's the way things are supposed to be. We will start building things for your shelter. We'll start asking people what you need. We'll start building boats and rafts, and we'll start leading society by ourselves without any direction. That is what will happen. We do not lead by desire. We lead because we are expected to. Watching the tears roll down your face from stress, let us know exactly what we're supposed to be doing in life. But the next question is, what outcomes could be expected if women do lead the family? So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna go with children on this one. We see now that there is a group of people on earth that 70% of them that birth children, it's the mother alone. Hopefully y'all know who I'm talking about because I'm just tired of saying it out because they're going to think I hate them. So we're going to talk about them like they're not here. This group of people in 3 generations have destroyed the entire family structure of their ethnic group. All right? So the children suffer if women lead the family. There is no difference between a father raising kids by himself. There's no perceptible difference between a father raising his kids by himself and the outcomes that those kids get, and they're the same as a 2-parent household. That means not to put women down. Let me tell you what this means, because many of you will agree that mothers are actually the most beloved. In most families, mothers are the most beloved in terms of the life lived. Like once you get to the end of life, everybody's glorifying their mothers. One thing I want the world to understand right now, that is only possible because of fathers.
Yep.
That is only possible under my leadership. I don't let anybody talk shit to my wife, not even the people that came out of her body. My protection affords you your glorification.
Damn right.
You are only exalted under my leadership because without me, you fucking suck. The statistics tell you suck. Don't let me tell you suck. You suck without me. The word women, you suck without men. As parents, you fucking suck. Somebody needs to say it. It is under my leadership that you get to be the one that pats them up after I gave them a whooping. You get to be the one to tell them it's okay. And the difference between you and me is I will let my children hate me if it means that they get disciplined correctly. I am responsible for who they grow up to be in life.
I love that shit.
Let's
You
get
preach,
it.
I don't give a damn
I
if
can
they
agree
hate
with
me.
that one.
preach, boy.
Let's get it.
I
can
don't give
agree
a
with
damn
that.
if they hate me.
Come on, man.
All
Let's
right,
get
black
it.
man. What
I
you think?
agree.
Yeah, come on, man. You know what? Any man that disagrees with you need to be virtually jumped, because
He's feminine.
This is insane right there.
Feminine.
man, what you just said is amazing, bro. When you said that she sucks without you, bro, earlier I didn't allude to it, but earlier when I said that Proverbs 31 at the end, that's what it says. It says a woman that gets up in the morning before everybody goes to bed, before everybody take care of her family, do everything right. But then it says at the bottom, it says everybody respects her because of who her husband is. That's what it says right at the end of it. It says everybody respects her because who her husband is. And I agree with you, man. You know, I always live by this. I've been married for 12 years, guys. I tell my kids and people all the time, you know, that kids are a part of the family. They're not a part of the marriage.
Yep.
And when you are married, your kids shouldn't have any say-so of what you do in your marriage.
God,
right?
goddamn thing.
Your wife comes first. I wish my son would get sideways with my wife. I'm gonna knock him the fuck out, right? Because he under, and I'm just saying it because that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to disrespect my wife. You're not going to say anything stupid to my wife in family, out, even in-laws. She's married to me now. She's under my covering. Your mama got something to say. Your daddy got something to say. We got a problem.
Damn right.
Right. And so I agree with you, Trigger Mike, man. I honor what you said, man. You need to clip that shit and play it over YouTube for the next 365 days, because this is what men need to hear. And guess what? There's some punk men out there right now that are saying, no, that's not right, Trigger. We're supposed to be partners. It's a partnership.
That's what they want nowadays.
Exactly. These aisle 5 niggas, and everybody know what's on aisle 5 at Walmart, the sugar. These sweet niggas, always the ones that are saying, we want partnership. I don't think, Dwayne Wade, I don't think that I should lead my wife. I think she should lead me.
That's exactly where I was going. That's exactly where I was going. You want to see what it looks like with a woman's leadership. You need to look no further than what Dwayne Wade got going on over there in his house. Look no further than that. If you want to see the destruction that a woman's leadership can lead you down, look no further than that. What else you got, Trigger Mike? We don't even need to talk about it outside of that.
We wholeheartedly agree. We wholeheartedly agree with what you said.
We ain't got
wholeheartedly.
We ain't got nothing.
It's crazy because I remember as a kid when I was growing up, I used to hate my dad. Right? It wasn't until I got older, so I was like, damn, every ounce of thing he literally poured into me was life.
Can I respond to that?
Talk. Man, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I want to respond to that, man, because Trigger Mike, bro, I don't. If anything was verbal or liquid gold, that had to be it, right there.
That's it, bro.
Yeah, fact.
And fellas, I'm gonna say something else to throw a little more lighter fluid on that fire. From what I've seen, is the fact that having us in a family is very important to our children, because what I've seen lately in this modern time is the fact that the women are complaining about the same men out here, and they're raising those same men that they're complaining about. You have to think about that, because you know what I'm saying. The thing about when it comes to the single mother thing, you when they raise men or raise little boys, man, them boys need their daddy. Girls need their daddy too, man. But one thing I've never heard in my lifetime is I always hear, and I'm gonna say it, Trigger Mike, y'all ain't gotta say it. I always hear black women say this shit. I ain't never heard Hispanics or Asians or nothing say this, that she got to be mama and the daddy. One thing, I got a lot of single fathers as friends. I've never heard them say that I got to be daddy and mama. You know what I'm saying? That shit bothers me. The fact that we have a group of people who do that, and at the end of the day, they're not knowing and not thinking that they're contributing to the destruction of our children. Because just like Whitney Houston said back when I was a little boy, that's under the children are our future. And you got to think about it. You're out here breeding these little pit bulls continuously. You out here breeding this poison because you want to indoctrinate them and put this shit in their head that you don't need this, you don't need that, and especially when they have daughters. You're breeding a little wretched you with long fingernails, with blue and gray and pink and purple hair, with up here twerking like that, bro. This is what I don't understand. They got these little girls out here. They pimping their kids, man.
Yep.
And ladies, stop treating your son like he your nigga. Like,
it's a son.
Baby boy would be so proud today, bro.
Uncle Stepdad, there was
let me jump
There
off
was an
of.
incident with Amber Rose. And
Hold on, guys, real quick. We have Trigger Mike. We have a cleanup on aisle 5 at Walmart. Cleanup on aisle 5 at Walmart. Somebody in the chat. I don't even normally read the chat, but it pisses me off. Somebody. I knew it was gonna be one.
Oh yeah,
I
it's gonna be
knew
somebody.
it was gonna be one.
Hold on.
Somebody said, nope. He's your son. Your wife can be replaced. Your son can't.
What? Nah. Where this at?
What?
We gonna bring you to the front of the congregation.
Man, go to 104 p.m., bro. I mean, no, 104 p.m., man.
Uncle Stepdad, you absolutely right. Because there was an incident where Amber Rose got on there and said, well, my son is a feminist. And she was so proud that her son, this is the outcome of what it looked like with family female-led homes. When she sat there and said her son was telling the kid that it's okay for a woman to be sexually this, that, and the third with her body, and you can't do this and you can't do that. I said, what the hell?
Yeah.
And then she tried to confront the parents of the kid that was telling the little boy the right thing to do.
Look, did you see it? Y'all seen the Trigger?
Let me jump off of that.
Trigger. They don't believe in Trigger. Look at this. Look y'all.
Let's
have a moment of silence. Let's have a moment of silence for this nigga.
Let's have a moment of silence for this nigga.
Goofy.
For this
Let me
brother,
jump
for
off
he
of
is
that.
truly lost.
Man, baby
Trigger,
boy
let
be
me
so
jump off
prevalent
of
today. Francis Chris Wilson said it, bro. Like baby boy be very prevalent. When old boy told Jody, like, so you got a simplest mind complex, baby boy. So you want your mama to be your woman, but this my woman.
See,
Yep.
see, and let's talk about that. Let's examine that for a second. And I need all of y'all to follow me real quick.
All right,
because what my guy just said is completely right. And what's so interesting about that single mother household and her leading that house in a particularly how she leads her son. If you talk to a single mother or any woman in general, right, and you ask them, what type of man are you looking for? What do you want? They will fire it back off to you at a drop of a dime. They know, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that, I want this, right? The funny part about that is, and how they deal with their sons, is that they will try to make their sons into the man that they desire, but they are not going to make their son into the man that they're fucking. Okay? Who are these women fucking? Who are they giving their bodies to? It is not the man that they say that they want. It is not the man that has to meet all of their requirements, right? Who are they calling at 2 a.m. to come over? Who? Because if you look at that and you look at what they say that they want, there's a major gap. It doesn't add up. It doesn't align. So when we sit up here and we talk about the destruction that is caused by it, right? Who are they dealing with? Because these YouTube talking points on what these women say that they want is cap in real life. Because that ain't who coming over at 3 a.m. That ain't who pulling up. Right? So if we really want to have these type of conversations, let's have them, but let's be honest about it. Right? The destruction of the woman has always been, none of them are going to really tell you the truth about what it is that they desire. Women like what they like. So, and women move the way that they want to move. So I'm going to land the plane on that. Who are these women actually dealing with? What is the truth out here? Because it is not what they are saying out here in these streets. It is not that.
Who's next?
All right. Who? Jace. I think JC got.
Yeah,
Black man was the last one that actually went in order. Then it got, because I got skipped for sure.
Oh, no.
John the Baptist.
John the Baptist. You're right.
Come on, cook for us, Doc. Cook, man.
So first of all, I need for Ruckus to come out right quick. Ruckus. Okay, so now I rock with you, right? But that hat got to go, bro. You cannot wear that hat
That's ugly as hell.
Yeah, just throw that in the trash before I start talking.
Hey, hold on now, John. Now, John,
Questioners,
John. You
bros,
know I love you, man,
questioners.
because you support my channel as well, bro. But I do want to say, I want you to close your eyes, turn around real fast, and just find the thing on the back of your wall and ball that shit up, throw it in the trash. That boy, hey, that boy is fragile as a 3-year-old condom, boy.
So I'm gonna say this right here though. To the question, what would be the outcome of a women-led family? I kind of said this in my opening. I'm gonna kind of repeat this line again. You're gonna get a bunch of dudes on YouTube who don't recognize when they're speaking. Let me be more specific as I say this. You're gonna get a bunch of dudes on Trigger Mike's show on a panel who are not Trigger Mike himself, but who are spewing, talking feminist point and don't even know they're talking a feminist point. And they're gonna argue with men who are speaking from a masculine mind state and gonna fight with men who are in a masculine mind state, but don't even know they're using women as talking points. This is what you get when you get the outcomes of is when women lead the family. You get pictures like what Trigger showed earlier in the program when he showed the picture of ASAP Rocky and whoever the Rihanna picture was. You get that.
That's what they want.
You get the conversation that me and my son had last night when we were trying to have a discussion about genders and sex. What you get when you get women-led families, you get thousands of genders when there's only two sexes. You get confusion, chaos. You get high divorce rate. You get sons in prison. You get daughters pregnant. You get drug addicted kids. When you get women-led families, this is what you get. You get a bunch of men on panels who fight for this to like protect our women when it's men's interest to go out and protect the families and the women from this.
Come on.
You get men fighting that when you get women-led families, you get men who support that if a woman goes to work, she deserves the right to have a say-so. No, she doesn't. She's still your helpmeet. Even if she works, it doesn't nullify your power to be the husband and to ask and for her to submit. Just because she works, it doesn't change your position of authority in the family. But all of this is confused and construed when you say women have the right to do this. Women have the right to do that because they work like we do. No, they don't. God, when the order, I only go by one order, and that's God's order. God's order, there's no confusion for me. There's man, there's God, there's man, there's woman. So if I moved out of the way, my woman does not step up. Someone in the family another male should leave my family if I die. Because one thing I understand about this society is, even if I die, this society is still full of men, and my wife cannot fight a man. I'm done. And Ruckus, take the hat off.
Yeah.
Hey,
They said
Casey,
drop
your
that
go.
poster.
I
throw it in the
I ain't really got
garbage.
nothing to say after that, John, about this. I mean,
All right.
shit.
So,
Excuse my language.
so I'll go ahead and start off by saying this, man. Feminism isn't fighting for equality. They're fighting for dominance. You know, they're not fighting to see if they can be a better fit to lead the family. They're not. It's just not true. They're fighting to destroy the family. You know, the mindset of their feminism traits is not in the rearranging of the roles, is actually in the destruction of these roles. It's the
Correct.
reversal of the natural order. You know, the natural order brings life. The reversal of the order of this order brings forth death. You don't see this, even though you might see the propaganda from the top people, the top 1%, that they're promoting feminism. They don't truly believe that. They know it does not work for them. They know it does not benefit them. What they're doing is to extract all the resources so they can continue to control the narrative. And what tends to happen if a woman tends to bite into this ideology, into this devilish, hellish lie? I'll tell you straight up, it's going to destroy their future, just like what we're seeing, right? She's destroying her nature. and she's destroying the very order of God that was given to her to represent. And if the natural order, if the natural order that brings forth life is only a move from man, then it won't stand. Let it be. But if it's actually a move from God Himself, that God had created His natural order, Himself, man, women, children, if this is a move from Him, then you're gonna find out at the end of the day that who you're fighting is against God and not man. And we'll see how that turns out. That's only my 2 cents.
All right. So here's my thing. Like I've been married for 35 years, and
Salute to you.
yeah.
Salute to you.
So
Damn,
one of the
congratulations,
things
brother.
that happened in my own life is that my wife hadn't had to work since like maybe the year, I don't know, 1990 something. Right? She works for the church. It's more like a labor of love. She was pregnant. We just bought a house, and her job was driving her crazy. I told her, "Listen, you got to quit that job, man. You know, because I can't fix that." Right? So she quit, and I said, "Listen, that just, I'm not getting a new car this year or whatever or next year." But I said, "Listen, whatever you do, I'm gonna take care of all the shortfalls. Don't worry about it." So the leadership thing is something that you have to assume when you get into a marriage. It just so happens that my wife was very feminine, and I didn't. Well, we got married like in '87, so I didn't have to worry about a lot of this modern shit that's going on now. The one of the things that we have a problem with is that men are not in their proper frame either to lead their families. So we start out by, like I was on a panel before and they were talking about 50-50, when you can't afford to live a certain lifestyle, you need your wife to work. You have to go into that marriage assuming the leadership. A lot of guys don't. A lot of guys just don't, right? Because they know they need that woman's money. But so they allow that woman to have more control than she should. But getting back on the question, first of all, we should all know, and we have too much evidence that a woman-led family is completely destructive without a man in the house. And so I got 2 daughters, and all I can think about is that they need the cover of a man. And I say that to them, and I say that to everybody who talks to them. I said, because I can't rest until somebody else is covering, right? Because they're not children anymore, but I still have to look out for both of them. One's out of my house and one is in the house. And I don't take that lightly, right? So both of them are working. Both of them, I got them to adulthood without having some babies, right? You know, uh, and I thought that was a success, right? And I was just
To
hoping,
you.
so that's one thing. So now whether they get married or not is not on me. The only problem I have is that I wish I was a better networker with the fellas who are my age, who have kids, have children or male children, my kids' age, because I would like to have been able to have my daughters meet some of their sons because I know the background of my network of fellas. So even though I can't arrange a marriage, it'd be nice to have a pre-vetted relationship with men who have kids, who have sons, so they could meet my daughters. Now, if it goes somewhere, great. But if so those kind of things I wish I would have done. That's one of my regrets. I didn't do that enough. Right. So, but the bottom line thing is that we know that men should lead their families. And even if your wife is working, making more money and stuff like that, I'm not saying compromise your leadership. I'm saying recognize that you have her out there in the street, right? So because if you don't recognize that, and because people are people. I mean, I know how we want things to be, but there's some things right now. So we don't want to take your woman for granted. My wife didn't have to work, but I still have a healthy respect that she's a human being and she's a woman. I never forget that, right? But I don't worry about that. My leadership doesn't feel threatened by that. So a lot of guys, if you got these talking points that we're the men, blah, 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 it sounds all good, but you're still dealing with a human being, right? So you
Facts.
don't lose sight of the fact that you could be a leader, but you don't have to be a tyrant about it, and when a woman goes astray, like for example, I'll give you an example. My wife used to say when my kids were young that those were her kids. right? A lot of men don't catch this because women tend to do that. My kids this, my kids that. I said, let me stop you right there. Those are our children. They're not your kids. They're our kids. I said, and so you don't have to worry about them outside of our relationship. I said, if our relationship is strong, those kids will get taken care of. And of course, she's real religious, and of course, you want to do it under the guise of the higher power, God, and all that kind of stuff. I was raised a Catholic, then I turned into a Baptist. So the point is that your relationship with your wife is the center of the household. You take care of that, your kids will be taken care of. And we followed that. So now we're almost empty nesters, and we're still as close as ever, And I'm not threatened by her, but so. And
Facts.
she's not, and she does everything for me because she wants to, and
Marriage
that's
and
just the way
politics.
it is.
Marriage and politics.
Yes, sir.
I gotta ask you a question. I don't mean no disrespect, but I gotta ask the question.
Go ahead.
You made a statement earlier in your speech. And I commend you too, that you work and your wife didn't have to. And that is a form of leadership in a home. Is it your belief that if a man wife does work, okay, first of all, let me say this. If in Genesis it says that the man is the head, right? And the wife is the
Right.
helpmeet.
Yeah.
The wife
Okay.
is the helpmeet. So if the wife is the helpmeet, does it matter if the wife works or doesn't work? Does that still change the position of what she's supposed to do?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I just want go ahead.
But let me just say this. But you can't just leave it there, okay? Because that help has to be explained what kind of help you want from them, right? So if my wife was working, when she was working, I was the one who told her what to do with her money, right? She had so I said, listen, if you're gonna work, this portion of your money has to go to your 401k or your 403b. That's what she had. The rest, some of the money, you spend it the way you want to because I got all the bills. So she was my helpmate from that standpoint, because I directed what I needed from her. Right. So that's what
I want you to clarify. Because earlier when you were spoken, I don't know if I just heard it. Maybe I just heard it. I want to make sure.
Heard me wrong.
No. Hold on. Let me clarify. Because I wouldn't say that you said it wrong. I wouldn't say that you said it wrong. I would want to make sure that it was clarified. So if I did hear the way I heard it, if somebody else heard it too, I want you to clarify so it could be clear. Because I thought you felt the way what you just said.
Yeah. So let me
I
land the
just want
plane
to
on
make sure
that.
that was clear.
Let me just land the plane on that. What I'm trying to say is, for you to maintain leadership, that doesn't mean you shouldn't explain what you need out of your woman up front.
Communication.
Right? It can't be assumed. You got to say some of this shit, man. Before we got married, we had conversations like, "Hey, listen, when we get married, you're gonna be my only source of sex." Men don't say that to her. And you can't turn that shit off one day. I mean, I'm not gonna be on you when it's time when you're not. But some men never really tell their women, right? Because nobody says it in these airways that once you get married, she's your source of sex. Did you ever have that conversation with your fiance? And a lot of guys haven't. Because women lose sight of that shit. They have a kid, and then all of a sudden they close those legs, the fucking stop sign is up and all that. And then they get mad at you if you're going to go get some trim from the outside. But hey, listen, what was your responsibility for letting that happen?
Right.
You
What is
knew
being
what you needed
communicated?
to do. So let me just leave it there. So I covered a lot of shit with my wife before we got married. This last one, let me land it here. She was one day we had a conversation where she was my fiance, and she got mad or something. She says, "Listen, all this grief, I'm trying to put my best foot forward, while we're, vetting each other." I said, "Listen, I don't give a shit about your best foot. I want to know when your feet stink. I want to know if I could put up with your shit when you're at your worst. That's what I want to know. Not when you fucking trying to, finesse this thing to make sure we're happy." So I had a lot of conversations, but I was like 28, 29, and I was looking for a wife when I found her. I was tired of the games and all that shit, so I was saying I need to know some of this stuff,
Well, you know what? Marriage and politics, how long you been married?
35 years.
Man, congratulations, bro, man. That is to be
Right.
celebrated. That is to
Congratulations.
be, man, that is to be uplifted,
Absolutely.
bro. 35 years, bro. So man, that's listen, that's over 3 decades and 5 years, bro. You in there. So man, congratulations on your marriage, man, for real.
Right. Hey, what's up, Trigger Mike and everybody?
What's
But
up? What's up?
I wanted to piggyback on what marriage politics was saying too. Like a lot of guys really out here afraid to have conversations with their wives or their girlfriends because they worried about getting into an argument. Like I literally heard this from men. Like, and the
Mm-hmm.
crazy thing about it is when I'm on these panels and we having these conversations, I don't even hear no men come up here and try to help no other guys out on where they went wrong at in their marriage or relationships. Everybody come up here like they just perfect. So it's
Yeah.
crazy to say that y'all women just waking up out of nowhere and like things are going left. It had to been something going on prior to that situation, like things going left. Like a lot of guys
Yes.
out here complain about women, but like so we are perfect and all of the women the only ones got flaws because I find that hard to believe. And just for me growing up as a kid, I'd have seen men doing stuff they ain't had no business doing while they married to a woman, but then they say she tripping. She can't just be tripping because you out here being unfaithful and doing this, that, and the third. So it's crazy to even hear that.
So, Mr. Williams, can I say something to you real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last night I was on a panel last night and we were talking about this very thing. When we say there's a switch up, those things can happen. Let me tell you, I'm in a church group at my church for married couples, and a lady and her husband were there, and she said she hasn't her husband spoke about sex, and he said my wife and I haven't had sex since August of 2021.
Damn. Hold on.
Okay,
When he spoke on that? When he spoke on that?
he said this last Sunday, right? For
Uh-huh.
small groups, we had small groups, and he said 2021. So we asked his wife, "Hey, so what's the issue? Is there a problem with health wise? Like we started with health first, try to be, empathetic." She said, no, it's not health. It's not any of that. And what is it then, ma'am? Well, I think I've had a change of mind. He said, because we were very sexually active in the beginning, up
It's
until
always like that in the beginning.
right, you're right. And then, he said, but all of a sudden she stopped. And the reason she stopped is she said that she believes that sex is for procreation only now. And since they're no longer
Oh
having
man.
children, she doesn't feel the desire
Wow.
to have sex with him anymore.
Or she
Wow.
anomaly because you don't normally hear a woman say it's only
What?
for procreation. It's normally for a different reason. It's like they interested in somebody else and the man. Like we all get comfortable
Female talking
when we
point.
with like when we all get comfortable when we with a woman. So some women fall back from doing what they used to do, and men as well. So it's like that's stuff that had to be like conversated about. Like y'all gotta talk and
Feminist talking
try
point.
to resolve the issues. You feel me? Like when you got issues, you can't just let one issue come by, you don't resolve it, then another issue come by, you don't resolve it. Like you can't do
You,
that. Like so
you know
when
what? Let
stuff's
me let
going
me let
on,
me
it,
say
it,
this.
it
Let
gotta
me
be
say this.
resolved.
Let me say this to what you're saying, Mr. Walker. So I've heard this a lot on panels too, where people and this is kind of speaking to the arrogance of men. For some reason, everybody acts like there is one fix or a few fixes a man can do to make women just comply. That is showing our arrogance as men. In
Yeah,
this
it
society,
is.
in this society, women are allowed to make unilateral decisions outside the influence of their men, which is why some of these men are having problems. There isn't just one thing or two things or three things you can do. They are making these decisions unilaterally because they believe they have power to do so. Right. So another thing is that when we say that there are so many men, why aren't we talking to the men? I've explained numerous times why I don't talk to men. For some reason, how is it that Trigger Mike, every man that I associate with takes care of his kids? How is it that I'm associated with so many individuals that do the right things, but it's only people outside of me that know all the fuck names? Like it's because these women are choosing to procreate with the lowest ranking member of the group. Men that I cannot reach, that I would never even decide to talk to, men that need to come seek me out in my direction. Right? So it's weird that we take this low ranking group of men and their mistakes and apply it to all men. every single dude on this panel right now that's deciding to speak, all take care of their kids. I guarantee you.
Absolutely,
Oh
brother.
yeah,
You see what
you
I'm
just
saying?
say my
So
kids and
I
you
want you
say
to
my kids in the
understand.
background.
Okay, I want you to understand the power of men that show up. Ain't no fuck dudes coming on this panel. Like, you see what I'm saying? How can we talk to them? This is a fallacy that we can just go out in the community and correct the behaviors of these men. The only difference between now and the past is that women knew better than to fraternize with them back then.
And Trigger
They
Mike, you
put
know what?
themselves
And I,
behind it.
If those fuck boys do come on the panel, they know we gonna eat their asses up.
They would
Right.
never.
They would
Right.
never. We're gonna hold them accountable. They ain't gonna come up
so
and smile. I don't
hold
take
on,
care of my kids, fuck them kids. We're gonna tear them up.
There
Right.
is no
And I,
greater. Hold on. There is no greater
so
percentage of fuck boys
my
now that have ever existed.
That's
I don't
right.
believe that. There've
right.
always been a group of
so
unmarried
can I?
thieves, bandits. They've always been a large group of them outside of the upstanding men of society. Women just knew better. You
Okay,
knew not to go down that
all
route
right.
with them. So they're making their own choices to do that outside of the influence of men. And that is why we spend time sometimes talking about these women. Anybody can go.
Okay,
Anybody.
Go
Mr.
ahead,
hello.
Chopper.
Williams, Mr.
Hello, can
Williams,
you
you
hear me
got to
now?
understand. Mr. Williams, you got to understand.
I'm sorry. I never.
Go ahead, Chopper.
So, Mr. Williams,
Oh.
you have to understand when you have been indoctrinated about feminism and how it impacts your way of looking at men and women. And I'm just saying that particularly to you, all men have to go through this because we've been raised in a society that taught us to think feminine first and not masculine first. Especially if you come from a broken home like myself, it's a process you have to go through. So that's why I would no disrespect, but you have to understand your talking points and where it comes, what source of it comes from.
Let me
No,
get
it
this
ain't.
on my
My,
chest
my
real quick.
talking point ain't coming
So
from no feminist. I just learned from men just growing up as a young kid. I seen what to do, what not to do when dating women. So as I got older, I'm not the type of dude that was worried about if a woman turned me down and I'm getting all out of character because of that. No, I understand I can't get them all, but I get in where I fit in and I move along.
yeah.
So and I seen like how dudes, how men and um men and dudes was treating basically women growing up. It's like
Did you hear what Trigger
y'all show me the blueprint.
did you hear
Y'all
what
show me
Trigger
the
told you
blueprint.
though? Did you hear the conversation that Trigger had with you?
Yeah, no, and I understand that, but no, I understand that because I also be having conversations with a few of my guys when they having issues with women, and they don't even do what need to be done. They go the opposite way. Like, so it's like you can't complain and cry about what women doing, and you're not applying what you need to apply. You letting them run over top of you,
I
like
would encourage you. I'm gonna be quiet after this comment, but I would encourage you to what Trigger conveyed to you. I would tell you go back and replay that, listen to it, and then meditate on that for a little while.
I heard what he said.
All right, CEO, what you got on it? I don't want to skip you before we get
All
to the
right,
next.
so I'm gonna try to get this off. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a lot of thoughts. But first of all, don't take no offense. I'm just speaking from my heart, and I just got to say what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just coming up when you come into a household where there's the leadership is a woman and their man is absent, the girl, she's given a perception, she's given a concept that women can lead men. Because she's constantly seeing a mother tell a son or a boy what to do. Same thing has the same effect on the boy. A boy that comes up in a woman-led household has the concept that he can actually or should actually take leadership from a woman. And what I'm saying what that ultimately turns into is you get men who complain about women. When they come from a household led by women, this is why. Because a boy who's brought in a household where there's a man present, he's not going to be so affected by the things that a woman is saying or doing. A man present, the mother might say whoopty whoop, but ultimately he's looking for father to come home. His father's going to come home, sit on. Don't worry about what your mom said. You just need to handle this whoopty whoop. He's ultimately going to take on the mindset of, my mom says what she got to say. She's a woman, but I'm not going to worry about that. I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what my father taught me. I know I'm trying to represent and I'm trying to take after my father. In my example, there's nothing that a woman can say or do that is going to take my focus off of what I as a man should be saying and should be doing or need to say and need to do. You're never going to get me caught up in what women are doing because I've never accepted leadership of women. And if I've never accepted leadership of women, there's nothing that a woman can say or do that's going to influence me or take me off of my general direction and path.
Feminist talking point.
You know what I'm saying? Like you
I
say
agree. I
feminist,
get you.
look, for instance, like he just said feminist talking point. But literally he's contradicting himself because as a man, sitting around talking about what women are doing is a woman or feminist talking point.
Facts.
It's
So,
like being
let
in
me
hold on, let me finish. It's like being in the barbershop. Men are supposed to come together and talk about their jobs, what they're doing, what they're building, their entrepreneurship. Because of women-led households, you now come in the barbershop and every man is complaining about a woman. That's
Right.
a
Hold
feminist
on,
talking
CEO.
point.
Men
When I
men
come
have been
into the
talking.
barbershop, when I come into the
Men been
barbershop to
talking
talk to
about
my
females
dude,
since the
hold up.
'70s at the
When I come
barbershop.
into the
Let's be
barbershop
honest.
to talk to my dudes back in the day and
Oh
we was
my
talking
goodness.
about the game or we was talking about what happened. Now you come in the barbershop and every dude letting off about a woman. Those are feminist talking points. Why are you talking to me
Dude.
about your
All
woman?
right. So I accept
See,
your hold on, hold on. I accept
well,
your critique, but I think there's a few holes in there. So the male voice in general has been absent from media. And because I don't really understand, like every group of men talk about their women and really in the context of either the family aspect, right? They talk about their family, or like I don't see this absent in any culture. I've
It
seen
should be
Latino men
from
do it.
a
I've seen
man's
African men do
perspective.
it. I've seen Arab men do it. Everybody, even if they're talking about politics, they end up talking about something about the political power of women and the direction the country is moving, so on and so forth. The interesting thing about it is that I don't think anybody's understanding on this is that when you make that type of statement, what you're doing, I just made the statement. I said in this country, the funny part about it is that we act like women can be exempt of the conversation. That again shows male arrogance. Here's why. How can you have women in leadership, such as Congress women, such as mayors, and all this type of stuff, but yet you say exclude them out of a conversation that men are doing? That's arrogant because we cannot let women have power to unilaterally make decisions, then not criticize and have the ability to criticize their decisions. Women have hold on in the
I
black
correct and
community
check women's
have
behavior with
unilateral
my
power
behavior.
over the children, do they not? And the one thing that's been missing for 30 years from the black community is the black male opinion. I will shame they ass publicly so they understand how the fuck I feel. That is what I'm doing.
Why
No
shame them
woman, no,
publicly? Why
no
not just
woman
go to
today
them
understands
in
the way
private?
black men feel about anything. When they watch this back, they're going to say, this is how Trigger Mike feel. How many other men who take care of their family and do what they're supposed to do feel this way? This is the first time many women, many black women in the community have ever heard men speak like this in mass. The first time. Because hold on. This is what their father should have told them, but they didn't have one. So this opinion and our opinions are valid. They take it as criticism. When we talk amongst ourselves about what we like and what we expect, they will take that as criticism. But I'm still going to talk.
And
I'm still going to
like I
talk.
said, it's respectful, but like I said, the biggest point is to focus on this. All right. When you come from a woman-led household, you are brought into this world where you look to the role model or the leadership and you're seeing a woman. What that does to your mentality as a man, you're not learning that you as the son are actually supposed to be learning and training to become the one to lead not only your sister, but the very mother that you're taking leadership from.
And you're saying
So
that we
you're
can
going
learn
to
that. Hold
take
on.
on a mentality where
You're saying that we can learn that from women?
no,
A
what I'm
son can
saying
learn
is
that?
that is exactly what brothers aren't learning is you are never supposed to be complaining about a woman. You are supposed to be making the moves that correct the woman if she is
oh
wrong.
my
You know what I'm
goodness.
saying? If a woman is in your household and she's not doing right, if a woman is in your community and she's not doing right, you correct her by doing and implementing the policies, the rules, the procedures that you want to be in effect. And if she doesn't go with that, she ends up being by her motherfucking self. You
All right. So
never sit
do you
around and complain
I
about
will
her.
say, do you know the one
So I
difference?
guess let me let
Do
me
you
let me
know
take this
hold on,
trigger.
y'all. Hold on. Do
All
you
right,
know
go
the
ahead.
one difference between
Let me go next.
men
I'll
who
go
have
last.
functional functional relationships with their women in the ethnic group, and like let's say the black community that doesn't, or the part of the black community that doesn't, it's shame. It literally is shame.
Say that again.
So when you say don't talk, you're actually saying don't shame, and
No,
that's another win for feminism.
I'm not saying don't talk. What
You're,
I'm
you're
saying
saying
is
don't shame.
talk about the things that will actually solve the problems. Right? You're
That's what
talking about no, there is no shaking your head, because what I'm saying is facts. I'm a 41-year-old man. I know what I'm talking about. I'm probably older than you.
Lord,
You know what I'm saying? What I'm telling y'all is facts. Okay. If we sit on this panel every day, now we're talking about men and being leaders, right? So let's say right now our company, our community is our company, it's our organization. We're CEOs, we're the leaders. Right now you're saying that one of our employees is out of check. How is we as leaders ever going to fix our company just complaining about that employee? You write policies, you give out penalties, you get rid of people, but you never as CEOs, you never as administrators sit around, man, our employees won't do what we say, man. You never ever find yourself in that situation.
So
They
let me
don't do what you say, they get fired.
let me tell you how you
Then you
mentalize.
move on.
Let me tell you how you mentalizing what's actually going on. Short history lesson here. In the 60s, 70s, 80s, when the families were strong, probably when before the decline happened, you'd always see gatherings of men in one room and women in another room.
All right.
And so you had these men. These men would be talking about life, history, lessons, things they've learned, and the younger men, the older men would be teaching the younger men about some things the younger men be going through. And so, and then the women had the same conversation in another room about
Exactly.
husband and wives and what wives go through. And so, what's happening is that was before social media. Now we have social media. Now there's more social media. There's less family contact, because in that time period, times have actually evolved and changed the way families conversate now. So what's happening now when we have these conversations is more of a social media type, but it's the same dynamic that's going on. It's older men in a room or men talking to younger men having these general conversations. So we're not on YouTube complaining. We're not on social media complaining. We're talking about,
That's
we're
a
doing the
lie.
same thing we did. We did the same thing we did 70 years ago. It just looks different now because of social
This
media.
ain't what they did 70 years
No,
ago.
you
So
got some men that's
that's
complaining.
let me
exactly what
ask
they
you a
did.
question.
Hold on,
Hold on.
hold on. Let me answer this.
You definitely got
Let me
some men complaining
hold
and some
on.
men doing what they supposed to
No,
do.
Let me answer this.
what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is the men 70 years ago too was having the same conversations we having now. But the
I'll
difference
put it
is
like this.
this is what we
I'll
can't.
put it like
But
this.
no,
Where
hold
are
on
we
for a
coming
second.
up
Hold
with
on for a second, young
solutions to
blood.
the
Hold on for a second,
problems?
young blood.
Oh,
But
blood, I'm
same
cool.
conversation we did 70 conversations 70 years ago, but the same conversation we're having now, because it's men teaching younger men what happened or what's happening in your marriage, what's happening with your kids. And so now you fast forward to now, it's still older men talking to younger men about different perspectives of life. What's happening to your wife, what's happening to your kids from a man perspective.
All right,
It
from a
just
man
looks different now. So
perspective,
we're not complaining, we're
real
just having
quick.
conversations.
And
From
let
a
me just
man
say this.
perspective, when let's say we're all youngsters, and since you saying I'm young blood, you old blood. Now I've sat around last week and I've heard
Well,
you.
you and I about
Hold on, let me
about the
finish.
same age.
Let me speak in old
You and
blood.
I about the same age. I just want
You
to
gotta
correct
learn to
that.
be patient, old blood. You gotta learn how to be
No,
patient.
I'm actually saying you and I
Be
about the
patient.
same age.
Listen, old wise men, experienced men like myself, we're gonna come with solutions. We're not going to keep coming with the problem. We're going to identify, define the problem. And then from that point on, we're hearing solutions, strategies, tactics, process, procedures. You're never going to hear us talk about the problem again once
Nope.
we've identified it.
Nope.
I
I disagree.
have
No, let me
listened to
get this
such
one.
brothers talk
Let
for
me get
weeks.
this one next. Let me
Never
get
hear
this
us.
one next.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me get this, Trucker. Yeah, let me get this, because
Oh,
this, this is, I'm sorry. I have a
go
master's
ahead.
in healthcare administration, so let me flex real quick. This is what we keep doing in the black community. This is exactly what we keep doing, because we keep saying solutions without understanding the problem first. Now, would you say
We've already understood the problem.
awareness? Let me say, you gave a good administrative example. Would you say awareness is important so that problems don't happen again? Awareness.
Yeah,
That
but
is the
it's
first
only
step.
just a very small part of it.
Listen, analytical analysis, figuring out exactly what the problem is in all of its
Reconnaissance.
facets. And this is the most important part. Who is responsible? Because this is the part y'all keep doing. This is where women cheer and they want to hear the stuff from you, CEO. What you're saying is that, like I said, women have unilateral influence. over children. They've been given governmental power, but in the solution, leave them out completely. That's a cheer for them. That don't
No,
talk to
no,
them,
nobody
don't hold
don't.
them
I
accountable,
never said
don't
anything
hold them
like that.
responsible, but fix it ourselves. Even though they have governmental power over the very people we're supposed to be influencing, which are the children. That is what we're saying. You're not, we're on here. Let me go back and restate my questions. Awareness. Is feminism pushing a narrative that women are better suited for the family? That's to get men's attention and women's attention about what feminism is doing. Alternatively, what outcomes could be expected if women lead the family? Teaching men, and how did I start my little monologue? I'm sorry, my phrase off on this question. You do what you got to do for your children because they need you. We're teaching men. We're not complaining about women. That message is being lost right now.
We're saying we want to
So
take that for granted and say that we're teaching men, but we're not teaching men. We're setting up platforms and we're setting up environments in which all men can come together and collectively share their complaints about women. Let me finish. I'm not going to take it too long. What I'm saying is this. One show you say that women they cannot lead, okay? Now, from men who are experiencing that they're having difficulty with women who in relationships think that they can lead or taking the lead and therefore disrupting things, we as the young bloods, we're not learning from you men. Now that we see that women who think they can lead is a problem, we're not learning from you brothers. How do we take back leadership of our households, of our communities, in the face of women who think they're the leadership and are actually trying to be the leadership? We're just going to continue to say women can't lead. What makes them think they lead? They can't build
Hold on.
infrastructure. They can't. Okay, but what do we do about these women who are leading our households right now and destroying
Okay,
our
so
community?
here's the solution that I always say. Fuck it. Find the 10 to 20% that want to do right and lead them. That's the solution. The problem is that most people won't do it. Why? Because they got that single mother syndrome.
Because you're not coming out with an actual implemental
Bro,
plan of
that is a
implementation.
implement. That is a
How can we
simple. That's
get
the
all brothers
easiest.
to get with the
Bro,
20%?
listen.
Where's the
That is the
execution?
All right,
At this
simplest
CEO, let
point,
him
thing.
go. Let him go. Let him go.
Go.
Go ahead, Trucker.
That's the simplest thing that you can do. Mr. Williams, what you said was absolutely right. There are a lot of dudes out here that will not be very direct with most women, hands down. Even
They
from the
won't.
first date, they don't
I
state what
see that a lot.
they too afraid to be very honest from the get go. And people wonder why. Well, how did you get your two wives? Because I was honest from the get go. I wasn't
Right.
sugarcoating nothing. I learned from my first mistake by holding back and keeping my mouth shut.
That
You
right
know what I'm
there, Trigger.
saying?
Your first
And
mistakes. Learn from your
yeah, right.
mistakes.
Learn from my first mistakes. And CEO, uh, men, I'm younger than you. I'm 35, right? So you was up. Men, my great what was it? My great uncle just died not too long ago. It's like almost 80 years old. Men
Sorry for your
have
loss.
been in the barbershop talking about this same situation that's going on today since the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Okay? So we cannot sit here and say, well, men is complaining because at the end of the day, we all been saying the same thing for generations.
when I look back at
Right,
Okay?
right.
podcasts, I just
But
never said
the
Hold
Malcolm
on.
problem is
X,
the problem is Malcolm. I mean, think
BP,
about it. Look. Hold on. Look.
never
You want to
saw
bring Malcolm X up?
Mandela,
Look at Farrakhan.
never
Who's
seen
in the
Mandela.
front? Hold on. Who's on the front? I don't see no dudes up there preaching. But you know who he's talking to? The women.
Right.
The women, and it's the
But
same thing. It's the same thing that we talk about. He's doing the same thing. Every other race of people, even the Jews, they do what we used to do 70 years ago. They actually have fucking town meetings and discuss what we're gonna teach our women today. Who we gonna ban? What did this woman do? How did she move? Oh, she's gone. What did that man do? Oh, he out here messing around with a bunch of people. He gone too.
what
Right.
progress?
And I wanted to
What
say one. Hold
benefits?
on,
What
CEO. I wanted to say
results?
one thing. I wanted to piggyback on marriage politics because
So
he
it's
talked
not a
about,
complaint,
you
sir.
know,
It's not complaining if we're being honest. It'll be
right,
different if it was a bunch of dudes that was like, working making what 30,000 working at McDonald's or some crap. But you got a lot of men, even successful men. Hell, even a rapper, literally broke up with a chick and said on national TV, "I broke up with her because she's too masculine." You know
That
what I'm
was a
saying?
that was
Hold
a
on,
That,
feminist
CEO.
talking point. He should have just broke up with her and moved on. Why even talk about it?
no. We can't say that's a feminist talking point. A feminist talking point is when I keep hearing men keep on talking about stop complaining. When reality is, all men of all races always have discussions. The difference is in the black
But
community, we
you're
don't
not gonna keep
do,
complaining about
we
the same
don't,
thing.
we
Let's
don't.
just
Yes,
listen.
we
So
do.
Let's
Hold on,
let's
every
so
every every community, including now, even Jews, they still have the same discussions every week. Okay, from 4 years old. We in the black community don't do that. Matter of fact, when was the last time you ever been to a town meeting? None of us never been to a town meeting.
we in one right now.
None of us. None of us. But
Hey,
my
hey Chuckler.
uncle, yeah.
No, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead. Finish.
No, I'm just saying, like my uncles that you know what I'm saying, that passed me the game. Yo, they used to tell me exactly what they talk about at these town meetings. They talked about everything, dog, like everything, and they had women in there too.
listen.
Right.
Okay,
So
I wanted.
go ahead, Mr.
I
Walker.
wanted
Go
to
ahead,
say
Mr.
one
Williams.
thing. Like with marriage politics was saying, like when your woman have a child and stuff like that, and the emotions and stuff going up and down, and you ain't probably getting sex from her and stuff like that. Like those that type of stuff goes on in a lot of men households with their women when they had kids.
it does
But
though.
are you having a conversation with her to see what's really going on, or you just gonna sit back and complain and say, "Well, she ain't giving me no sex"? Like how that supposed to go? Because with my woman, we
No,
Well,
had a
he
conversation.
I
took
I
a
let her
could
step.
know.
hold on. Well, Mr. Williams, I
Hold
could
on.
tell you, the truth to be
Hold
honest,
on,
because
truckler.
I've been in
Hold,
that
hold on.
situation.
Hold on,
Go ahead,
truckler,
though.
because
I'm sorry.
I had a conversation with my wife, and I let her know like it's either gonna be you or it's gonna be somebody else. You can't just withhold that from me. Like if we together, like
Right.
that's what comes with us being together. Now, if it's something else going on, then let's talk about it so we can resolve the issue. But I never once sit back and complain and went and talked about the same situation over and over and over again to other men or my guys. Like we get together and we might talk about our woman, but I'm more so solution based. So if it's a problem, I'm trying to fix it and move on. I'm not trying to be harping on the same issue. So
I'm
if
a
you're a
man.
guy and you having
But
if you're a
but
guy
Mr.
you having
Williams,
issues,
Mr.
hold
Williams,
on,
Mr.
you're a
Yeah,
guy
go
you
ahead.
having issues, you gotta fix the problems, or the
Yeah.
same
So
thing
Mr.
will
Williams,
continuously
Mr.
happen.
Williams,
That's the
So
taking
I
leadership.
said it at the beginning of this broadcast. The mission is to educate men that were not educated why they must lead. I just told you every man that comes on this panel only feels that has the confidence to do so because he's squared away. You see what I'm saying? You'll
Right.
kind of notice that progression where the only men that come up here to talk about these things, the
Yeah, I see the
men that
same people
so
every time, Mike.
I know, but I'm saying that should tell you something. How many people need the
No,
message?
no, I'm just speaking to the audience as well. Like whoever
Yeah.
watching us feel like they having issues that
And
you
y'all
feel
So
don't
like
I
take
don't know if y'all
alternative
remember.
views too well.
I don't know if y'all remember that cat that came up and was just like, "I want to thank y'all," because I knew they were out there. I've heard it on other shows. I just want to thank y'all because I did not know. I did not. I've never watched black men just have discourse about everything and it's civil and y'all talking and y'all disagreeing and that is why we're doing this. I told you, black male anything
yeah,
about our
because
unadulterated opinion has been absent. They do not know how we feel about nothing. What are
that's
our
true.
stances? What are our beliefs? And it doesn't even have to be the same belief.
Because
They're literally getting a bit of their lost fatherhood from us. As crazy as it sounds, they're
yeah,
getting into
because
a
like
brotherhood
in
and these
like
topics
and
that
I
we're
would say
talking about.
my
Because
bad, Mike.
what they're gonna need to do at the end of the day, and unfortunately, this is gonna be an unfortunate byproduct. A lot of these boys are essentially saying they have a problem with their mama and the way they were raised. I need help. I need to come into these spaces and understand how men that look like me feel and how should I feel about the things I've been taught from this woman. It's that bad. If I'm not going to lie to you, it's that bad. They
Let me ask you a
weaponize.
question real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, now first of all, as men, right, we're not in here trying to establish groupthink, right? Like, I mean, if we're gonna help men, a man should be able to come in here with his own mindset and opinion and views on it, and y'all should be able to kind of take your mindset and we can exchange ideas and we can work this out. All right, so
Yeah. Go ahead.
Correct. Right. I
all I'm
agree.
saying,
I agree with that.
all I'm saying is this. I'm the young man who's coming in here, needs some brothers to talk to. What I'm saying is this. Let's say I'm a brother and I'm experiencing a woman who thinks that she got a job, so now she's a leader. I'm experiencing a woman in a relationship who, because she make more money than me, now she think blase, blase, blase. My opinion is all I'm gonna get from this group is she ain't got no business doing that. She out of her mind.
You ain't got no business being with her.
Yeah, she ain't got no
If she gonna
leadership.
belittle you just
What
because
I'm
of money,
trying to hear is what can I do to take back leadership of my household? What should I do
Cut
to
her
help this woman
off.
understand that
It's
what
plain
she's
and
doing
simple.
is wrong
CEO, can I
and
respond
that
to you?
I don't want to lose my
Cut her
family?
out. I
I
just
love
said
her.
here. I just
Hold
said
up, hold up.
cut her
So
out.
even right
Can I
there,
respond?
Let him
even
I
finish.
don't
right
Let him
care
there,
if you
your
finish.
love her or
first
not.
thing
Cut her
was
out.
hold up. Even
Trucker,
right
let him
there,
finish.
your first thing was get rid of her, cut her off. As a
Now, what
man,
I said,
as a man, I'm telling because you guys are supposed to be advising me, but I wouldn't tell a brother cut up. I would say if you love this woman and you value the relationship, simply because she's got some fucked up idea about who should be leadership, don't just cut her off. You as a man, you're going to need to be able to work out disagreements with your woman. If your household gets out of order, you're going to need this is practice for you. You need to show leadership. Take back over your household, brother. Go
well,
sit down with your woman
See,
and tell your woman
see.
how we're doing things
let
ain't
me,
gonna
hey,
But
work.
Truck, let
if
me
you
ask,
go ahead,
let
All
me
right.
go, Truck,
So
let me go real
yeah.
quick.
Hold on, I want to say
You know,
one thing, y'all.
CEO,
no,
I'm gonna
let's
check.
go to
I'm gonna
Mr.
catch y'all
All
later.
right, hold on. We're gonna go to
I,
Mr. Rich, then Mr. Williams. Go ahead.
okay,
I
I
was gonna
agree
say I'm
with
gonna
you,
catch y'all
CEO,
later,
on that.
fellas.
Okay, Mr. Will,
All right, Mr. Williams, that was
I
good.
agree with you, CEO, on that part. You don't just cut them off. You find out where they're coming from because a lot more men are going to start to have to deal with women who are making money, maybe even more than them.
No.
No, wait, hold on now. Let me just say what I got to say before you shake your head.
let me go
I'm
live.
saying that doesn't disqualify a woman because she's making a lot of money. It's where her head's at. And it's what kind of
Okay. Yeah.
conversation you're
My
going to
bad.
have with that woman.
Yeah.
If she's making a lot of money and she's telling you, listen, now that I'm making this money, you don't have no say or your say has to be compromised, then you got a decision to make. I
All
can't
right.
live with that. So then you go to the next woman, right?
What if
Because
y'all
we're
got
gonna
kids?
more and more black men are gonna be, and more men in general are gonna be finding women who have bank. So you need to talk to her before you marry her to see where her head's coming from.
So
Those are conversations you need to have. I
Can I
mean,
go
so
you
next?
can't
real
just
quick.
exclude somebody because they're successful. That's
Can I go
silly.
next?
All
Is
right.
that
I agree with
Let me
you.
make
I
a
agree with
point.
you, Marriage. When I shook my head, you're right. I should have heard you out because you're right. You can't exclude. You should never exclude them just based on how much she makes. It's the attitude
Mhm.
that goes. It's the attitude and mentality that goes with it. You got to
Yeah.
check. I agree
Absolutely,
with
the
that. I totally
mindset.
agree with that.
That actually
So
goes into the next question, and I'm gonna I'll make this statement, and I'm gonna let. I think it's Ron Don that said he want to go next, right?
me? It's me.
Yeah. Let me just
It's
make
me.
this statement.
Trucker.
John the Baptist. John the Baptist. This is actually you asking me a good question in the back chat. You said explain what a feminist talking point is and how to recognize it. I actually have developed a cheat code for this, fellas. I developed a cheat code. When you are saying something as a masculine man, I'm gonna put this up. As many women, especially the women who suffer the most from feminism, when they agree with you outright, you are most likely using a feminist talking point. Literally, the women of today do not agree with anything masculine because they believe it diminishes their role and their voice, and they prefer their role and their voice over a man's. Literally, when I know exactly how effective I'm being by how many women don't agree with me, because we also have those sisters that even though they're supposed to speak up and back me up, they'd rather stay silent because of fear of the sisterhood. So when women agree with you, just understand that you're making a feminist talking point. Look at the chat
Hey,
right
the
now.
bro
Cap,
code is
cap,
just
cap,
as
cap,
definitely.
cap, cap, cap. All the feminists going nuts
Uh,
right now. I just triggered all of them at one time. Look at the chat.
okay. So what I was gonna say to CEO, and when I say cut her off, I mean cut her off because if your woman is feminine from the get go, she's gonna be feminine to the end. Your woman respects you from the beginning, she gonna respect you to the end. Okay. Now we not gonna sit here and say that a lot of these dudes, they women just all of a sudden just started acting nuts. No, too many dudes collect too many red flags. Okay, so if you have a feminine woman, you can sit there and have these conversations with that woman. You can, it'd be a lot easier. But if you with a masculine woman, you know what I mean? You with a masculine woman, and she out here doing this, well, she get her money because again, when you start making money, even um, period, just period. When you start making money, who you really are magnifies. So
One,
if you
one,
a so if you a good person or a feminine woman and you making more money than your husband, you're still gonna be feminine and respectful. But if you are a masculine woman in disguise and you making more money than your husband or boyfriend or whatever, it's gonna come out eventually. That's
real
why I
quick.
said I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm gonna cut you off. You are done. And a lot of dudes are too afraid to stay in their ground and make a point because they're too busy trying to fix something. That's like that's like women that get out here and try to fix Pookies and Ray Rays, knowing good goddamn well it ain't gonna never. So then it carries on for 10 to 20 years,
Let me make
and
this
now
real
for
quick
10 to
comment real
20
quick.
years, that goes into your now you installed all that negative and toxicity into your kids. Now
You
they
didn't
All right.
say
go on.
you didn't
All
say
right, Keto,
leadership of
respond real quick, and then
relationships.
we're gonna get to the next
Real
question.
quick,
Respond real
real
quick.
quick. The comment
Go ahead.
was leadership of a family. Okay, not really leadership of a relationship, but leadership of a family. Understand, you guys are suggesting, and I'm telling you're in error. Be careful what you say. You guys are suggesting that you got with a woman, not in a relationship, there's a family, which means you got kids now. And you're saying if some comes to a point where you and that woman have a disagreement because she got some friends at work that then got her convinced into this whole narrative of feminism. Now your woman come home talking, you walk away. Let me tell
Again,
you something, brother. You
again,
don't
bro.
walk away from your children
Again,
because
hold
your
on, hold on.
woman
I
had an
get that
adverse
point, but
opinion.
again, if you
You
got
never
the right woman,
All right,
that is
trucker.
not going to phase her
All right, we
at
got to get to
all.
the next question. All
It's
right, we
not
got to
going to
get to the
happen.
next question, fellas. All right, we're gonna start, Mr.
don't
Rondon. You
abandon your
there?
kids.
Is that my man, Raw Dog Ronnie?
Yo, I'm here. What's the next
All right, what's
question?
up? What's up? I got a question for you, bro. All right, so I want the men to explain because I think y'all made a perfect segue into this question. Explain why money does not equal leadership. All right, Rondon, we're gonna start with you.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me drop something off real fast, and I can time in after the next person.
Yeah. Mr. Rich, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, you listen, if you're a man on your purpose, it doesn't matter what your money is. If you want a relationship with a woman that's going to work, you got to assume the leadership no matter how much money you make. Now, she might reject you, she might not, but that doesn't change the way you should move. You shouldn't let the booty change who you should move. It doesn't even matter. Matter of fact, it doesn't matter who the woman is.
Facts.
She's the one you're talking to. You have those conversations and see where she's coming from. But you do all of that before you commit to a
Hmm.
marriage, right? So I tell people, I'm gonna
I
just throw
agree.
this in there. If you have assets or not have assets, if you're one of those kind of guys who wants to have a prenup, right? Let me just throw this out here just as a segue. If you want to have a prenup with your woman because you have a lot of assets, you need to tell her that at the time of engagement because that's part of the engagement. Hey, if I want to marry you, but we're not going to get married without a prenup. You don't wait 6 months later. You don't wait. Anytime she has to accept. When she accepts your engagement, she has to accept that you're going to have a prenup, or else don't freaking marry her. Right? So, but you need to tell her at the time of engagement. So, a lot of time our timing is off. I don't care if a woman's a little masculine. Let me just tell you this: we gotta, first of all, women are a little bit more masculine because some of the shit that they had to go through, and it's how they wield their masculinity because they don't know how to wield this. That's why it's almost always toxic. Yeah, I don't
Facts.
believe in toxic masculinity. Not for men. That's who we are. It's only
I agree.
toxic when women wield the shit because they don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. You know. So excuse my language, but so the
No,
point I'm saying,
keep it real.
right? So the point I'm saying is, even if a woman's a little masculine because of the times we're in, you still have to have that conversation with her, and you can say what you need to say, because those women can still get on your program. If you have a program, she's willing to follow it. Who gives a shit, man? If she's on your program and you could tolerate how she is, and she could understand where you're going, and she wants to go with you, then you have a decision to make. So I'm saying I don't want to exclude women because of these talking points on this thing. You got to go through the numbers to find a woman that suits you. And then you got to realize we're not going to take all these women with us because, if we're going to have closing remarks, I want to hit some of that stuff. We're going to leave a lot of people behind.
Oh, indeed.
A lot of people are going to be left behind because they're not going to get on the program.
Just
And
like
listen,
And that's why I said that give me the 10-20% I want to do right, and the rest of y'all
exactly.
that don't want to
That's true.
follow, y'all could go kick rocks.
Well, you
Because
got to
I'm not going to
understand
sit here
too.
and waste my time, even from the beginning, like you talking about. At the
Hold on,
beginning,
bro.
you should know what you want.
do
You
that
got to
before the
understand too
children,
that
bro.
that's if you're talking about change, that's the only way they're gonna believe they should change. When people don't change until they have no choice. When you've
Right.
made their behavior so undesirable that they realize that not the men that they want not only don't want them, will never choose them again. They'll have more of them will have no choice to comply. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Sir Shy 87, thank you for that. Mike, what do you think about Rihanna picture? There is a media agenda pushed against black men to make us look weak, inept, and subservient to women. Any picture that looks like that, I, to the core of me, hate it because I
What
realize
picture?
the
What
agenda
picture
is
y'all
real.
talking about?
Rihanna's Vogue cover with ASAP Rocky and the baby. Now, I also said, let me put this back up. I also said, take a different picture, put him in the front and her in the back, highlight her in the back, and it's still about her. If she's in the back representing the order of family as it should be, she's still a billionaire. Nothing about her changed if she's in the back. All right. So it's not that Rihanna shouldn't have taken the picture. It's ASAP Rocky that shouldn't let that shit happen. I'd have say, take me out the damn article altogether then. If I'm in the back. I ain't no damn cuck. What do they call him? A cuckold. I ain't no damn cuckold. All right. Pokeman, $5. Appreciate that. Facts. It's gotta be somebody or gonna be somebody. All right. This is the one I wanted to respond to. So the real Pookie says, let's not assume all y'all are leaders. Here's why I disagree with that. The real Pookie. When women talk about leadership, they have kind of steered this conversation about leadership in society. Women are too involved in the talk about leadership because what they mean is, I want a man that leads other men. They do not understand that at all. They've never had a say so in that arena ever. A man does not have to lead other men in order to lead his house. A man does not have to have the ability right away to lead other men or lead by authority to lead you, meaning the woman. He does not have to have that. It is not a prerequisite for marriage. Men, by their own power and what they're able to do for their family and what they will innately do, have the power if they are forthright, if they are well meaning, if they want to take care and have you live under their roof and provide provision for you. That man is qualified as a leader to lead his own damn home. So y'all need to get that right and stop acting like because a man isn't a Fortune 500 CEO, you won't submit or something. A man's ability to lead other men has no bearing on his ability to lead his family or you as a woman. That's what I wanted to put out there. CEO, you next on the question. Explain why money does not equal leadership in a household structure.
I mean, leadership kind of comes like management, and management's like planning, organizing, leading, controlling and stuff. Is kind of described by these type of skills, these competence and capabilities. And as you saw, wealth or money was not in the list. You know what I'm saying? If it's like, when you are a leader, you are somebody who's able to incentivize. You're somebody who's able to come up with plans. You're somebody who's able to plan, organize, lead, and control. If I give you a massive amount of pieces of paper of money, how does that give you the ability to plan? How does that equate to mental capacity and understanding of how to create strategic plans? If I give you a pile of money, how does that all of a sudden make you able to create organizational structures? You know what I'm saying? If I give you a fat bank account, how does that automatically give you the competency and capability to come on this panel and with your voice and in your intelligence, convince or lead these collective of people or brothers in a particular direction? You know what I'm saying? Flat out, the pieces of paper, money, assets, whatever you got digital in your bank account, it doesn't give you no skill. It doesn't equate to no type of skill or capability. Excuse me.
Hey, I like that. John the Baptist, explain why money does not equal leadership. You're on mute. My bad. You have background. I'll take you off. You damn, sorry, you do it. You do it. Unmute your mic. My bad.
I was trying to find a Bible verse. My bad. I couldn't find it quick enough, but I just go in detail about it. I think it was Timothy, where Paul was talking to Timothy, and he said the role of being the qualification of being a pastor, a bishop, or leader of the church. And he says it must be the husband of one wife. And it also goes into detail how he must rule and lead his family. And that in that scripture, it never mentions anything about money at all. What it talks about his ability to lead his home. And this is what for most young people, I think in my interpretation of when I read that text, is that most young men think it's about money. And I got that from YouTube. When I first got on YouTube, I kept hearing say, "Get the bag, get the bag, get the bag. You don't as a woman till you get the bag. You can't be a man till you get the bag." Like, no, I'd never agree with that at all. Being a leader has nothing to do with the bag. It's all about the experience that you have, how you year after year, decade after decade, and how you handle problems, how you handle conflict resolutions, how you protect, provide, problem solve, procreate. It's all about how you manage the ins and outs of the ebb and flows of life. And that proves over time if you're going to be a good leader or not. Nothing about money ever comes into the question. And so that's why I say money does not equal leadership. If I marry a woman who makes $200,000 and I make $10,000, before she marries me, she needs to ask the question, can I live off $10,000 a year? And which only way she can prove that is how I carry my life. Can I provide everything that I need to make off of $10,000 a year? If she decides to come with me, her salary is not important to me anymore at all. Now, I don't care how you feel about $10,000. If you decide to be with me, my leadership, this direction that we're going. If you can't agree with that, then you don't need to be with me because I'm not going to change up for you. I'm only going to change up for the path that God has for me. So when it comes to explain why money does not equal leadership, money has nothing to do with it.
True words, my man. JC, you there? He been Trucker, yeah.
No, I'm here.
Yes,
I'm here. I'm here.
sir.
I don't know. I
Oh,
was
okay,
muted.
okay.
My
Let's
fault.
go to Jace first.
Yeah.
Explain why money doesn't equal leadership.
So yeah, I would say that money doesn't equal leadership because it doesn't automatically give you character. I believe that character is what defines for you to be a leader, either a good leader or a bad leader. Because men, like I said before, men have the divine imprint to lead. It's either if you're leading well or if you're leading poorly. So I believe character is what can define you as a good leader. Now, do I believe that money can be a good indicator of how you manage certain things? Yeah, I think it can be a good indicator, but it only amplifies who you already are. It doesn't change who you already are. So that's my 2 cents with that. So yeah.
Indeed. Trucker, yeah. What you got on it?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Um, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I think character is a major. I think it's like the soul of a leader per se. That definitely determines who you are, even without money, like from the get go. Because even when you, like you said, even if you get money, um, it just magnifies who you are. And people underestimate the provide. Like it's not like the provide and protecting. That's there, but there's more. There's much more to it when it comes to like providing. You know what I'm saying? Security, mental security. The knowledge that you passing on to your sons or to just little boys in general, or wherever you go, even to the females. The foundations. Godly. Stuff like that. I mean, pretty much everybody been spot on. It's nice to have money, but when it's gone at the end of the day, who are you?
Like, who are you as a man that this woman can actually respect? Period. So,
Indeed.
I definitely agree with everybody on here, especially what CEO was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Rondon, you there?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, some of the characteristics, I mean, you gotta have as a leader is like somebody that you like working on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Leading by example. Um, holding yourself accountable for things and just having direction. You know what I'm saying? To even take somebody somewhere. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna lie, that money part come in there too. At the end of the day, like in order to build your kingdom, I don't think it necessarily means leadership. But at the end of the day, after you worked on yourself and all these different things, it better bring some money with it. At the end of it, you know what I'm saying? Working on yourself, being patient and being disciplined. You know what I'm saying? And she gonna follow your steps.
Indeed. Uh, we got Mr. Logic in the building. I don't know if he done with his Chick-fil-A yet.
No, it ain't no Chick-fil-A. These Alabama gizzards. So if y'all know about them
Ah,
Alabama
oh
gizzards,
boy.
Oh
Oh boy.
man, see, he up here flossing.
extra hot
Oh,
sauce niggas. You know what
He
I'm
up
saying?
here flossing.
Yeah.
that
Alabama
dude
gizzards.
said gizzards. Oh shit. All
Yeah,
right,
I
go
can't
ahead,
I
bro.
can't find that
Make,
in DC though.
making me
But
making me want some gizzards right now.
yeah. All right. I don't know. But ask me the question, cause y'all finna be mad at me.
No, now I knew you was coming to blow the panel up. That's
I
why
knew
I
it.
wanted
I
to get
know
you
he
in.
coming up
I
here.
knew
I
you was
knew
coming to
it.
blow the panel up. Explain why money does not equal leadership.
You can't because it's a lie. Show me a leader that ain't got money.
A Mexican.
Again. Show me a leader that ain't got money.
They stand at Lowe's and they still go home with respect.
No.
Uh,
Show me a leader that don't have money.
To find a broke family.
We're not saying that they don't have money. We saying without the money. Just saying. Besides, without the, just money is out the picture.
Find a family in poverty.
You
But
know.
he just asked, but you can't take it out of the picture because it's part of the question he asked.
Okay.
Explain
All
why
right.
but
money
I
does
think
not equal
I
You
leadership.
think
got to ride this. So
I
watch
think
this.
he's talking about the
I think the better
household.
thing you should say is, doesn't it take leadership qualities to obtain money?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Say
Meaning
for
that
make
sure.
again.
money?
Say
That's
that
what I was.
again.
That's exactly what I said. Money is an indicator,
Yeah.
right? But it is not going to give you an automatic pill where now you have good character. It just amplifies who you already are, right? Because
Correct.
But
I was saying the
it
same
takes.
I
thing
know
too.
people can straight this out. I know people, right, that they're in the six figures, but their net worth is zero. I know people that don't make six figures and their net worth is $500,000. You know what I mean? So you tell me who's a better leader, the one with the six figure earner or the one that's not a six figure earner but has a higher net worth?
But if he got a higher net worth, guess what? He got money.
Yeah,
So you just
what?
stepped on your own. You stepped on your own conversation. The thing is that in order to make money, the leaders, you need leadership attributes, right? Like I said, you might not fully have all that somebody can say. Somebody can look at Elon Musk and say he lacks this and this and this. But I guarantee you, on the spectrum, he has a lot of the qualities of a leader, because in order for him to maintain what he got, he have to be a leader.
I'm not
Leadership
sure,
is
man. I think you're defining
oh
the qualities of a hustler, man.
no, I'm not.
Elon Musk is he
Hey, we can understand
No,
that.
I understand where logic is coming
Well,
this
from.
I'm
is
trying to
hey
understand
logic.
logic. I got a
Logic.
question for logic, and I
Go
want
ahead.
you to answer this logic, okay? Just keep it 100.
Well, before
Do
you ask
you?
me this question, have you ever ate some gizzards before? Have you? No, I'm serious.
Yeah,
Have you ever ate gizzards?
yeah.
Okay, all right. You can ask me that question because you would have said no. I don't want to hear from
Now I want to I want to ask you this question. I want you to keep it all the way 1,000. All right. Um, do you want are you respectfully? Don't take this as no
you. Just
disrespect.
spit this shit out, nigga. Say it.
I'm
I say
like,
it
God
All right,
too.
all
damn,
right.
stop prep. Like what?
Okay, I'm just saying because I don't want to get into
Oh, shit.
arguments again. I don't want to do none of that.
Don't be scared. Don't be
Are you
scared. Just
basically
answer.
are you the type of dude that would want to buy a woman with your money? Is that what you lead? Like you lead with your money first? I'm
Where do you
confused.
get that from? Like, see,
I'm just. I've been.
is you the type of guy that
Oh my
jack off
God! Here we go.
with your
Here we
offhand?
go,
Right? That's a dumb question.
bro. Are you
Hey, do
leading
you
with your
jack off
money?
with
I'm
your
asking
offhand?
you a simple question. Are you leading with your money first?
No, you don't have to. Like I said, the rich, you gotta look. You don't gotta lead with money, man. Look,
That's all I was
money.
asking.
Unless
No,
you ain't got nothing else to lead with.
all right. Money puts you in situations.
Correct.
You
Correct.
know what I'm saying? See, when I go to brunch, I go to the VIP section, right? You go to the bar, right? If
100.
money just put you in situations, right?
Yeah.
Where all the hoes gonna go to? They gonna go to the bar with you, or they gonna go to the VIP section with me?
VIP with you.
So then, I mean, it's don't you don't gotta lead with it. Look, the thing is what y'all don't understand about these hoes out here is you don't gotta find the hoes. If you do what you gotta do as a man, they gonna find you.
But at the
Right.
same time, is
Oh,
they following you or is they following the carrot on the stick?
They
If you
love the
didn't have that
money.
thank
money, would
you.
they still follow you or respect your leadership? If you the same man but broke, do they see something
Okay.
valuable in you? Are they following you? Or are they following the carrot on the stick? Is the money the leader? That they
Look,
Correct.
following the
check this
money?
out. Well, I'm gonna
Correct.
ask you this. I call some hoes right now, and you know what I'm called? I'm the kick out king. I kick a bitch out in a minute. So like this,
I knew he was
like
about to blow
see,
my
what,
panel.
and look, and this is what y'all see. This is what y'all, what's that?
I knew he was
No,
about
Uh,
to blow
no,
my
listen,
panel.
so,
Logic
so
is off the hook, man.
I knew he was about to blow my
Uh,
panel.
I ain't got no cash. Yeah, no, I'm telling you this. Look, I kick a bitch out in a minute.
Hmm.
But see, the thing is that what y'all niggas saying, y'all might not can kick a bitch out. Y'all might negotiate with the hoe. Y'all
Oh
might say,
God.
cause
Tripping.
look. I have a hoe calling, apologizing to me, Mr. Logic. I'm sorry. I know I
what?
saw you fucking my goddamn cousin.
What kind
And
of
you know,
female
wait,
you
wait,
messing
wait.
with?
Let me finish, nigga. Let me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, they apologize to me. I get caught fucking their cousin, and they apologize to me.
What?
They say, you know what? I should have never. I know how she was. I should have never brought her around you. Now you telling me is that lead with money? Nah, nigga. That's lead with influence, nigga. They on the.
Logic. I'm gonna just say it before everybody. Nick, you a pookie. You a pookie, Logic. You a pookie in
Self-proclaimed.
disguise.
No, I think, but I mean, that's what I say. I think it goes back to the indicator. I think money is a good indicator of your leadership skills and can be a great indicator of your leadership skills, right?
Indeed.
It's either you're
That,
broke
that
as
would be
heck and
saying
you
these
have
rappers out
nothing
here.
Yeah.
and your
So
decision making isn't up to par. Because I mean,
so
if you
let me
can't
So
handle the little, you won't be able to
let
handle the
let me
much.
let me get my part, Jace, because I the context of this was really to explain to women why them making money doesn't allow them to usurp a leadership role of a husband, right?
Mm, okay.
So I'm gonna talk to about it from that particular standpoint. And the reason it doesn't, and we're talking about a lot of the pillars of a husband, and you're right, but I want to substitute the word in role of the husband for productivity, right? Because if women work too and women make money too, and most men marry their educational equal or equivalent, there might be multiple points in your relationship with that woman making more money. It does not mean she automatically gets the final say. It doesn't mean she is now the leader of the home. And that's what we're really seeing. Like, I'll tell
Oh,
you right now, in the Nigerian community, we are a STEM community. We got doctors in my family, anesthesiologists, surgeons. All right. Their husband, I told you I got an uncle who's a millionaire now, but he used the money from his wife being a doctor to start an international shipping company. Right? So people who make money like this don't keep score. His wife never tried to usurp leadership from him simply because she's a doctor.
mm,
Right?
gotcha.
So it's really that part of it to let women know that money does not equal leadership because you were supposed to marry a man of good character. You were supposed to marry a man of
Hmm.
good morality, a
Correct.
man that had all the principles in place to always keep his productivity intact. Because that's what comes. Money comes with productivity. That's
Hmm.
really the women who have it the best, who stay with men long enough, understand that this man's productivity is only going to get better with time. The more
Hmm.
I assist him, the more I do my help role, I'm just going to increase his productivity. What do you need from me, honey, so you can be more productive? That is what women's supposed to be doing. not trying to usurp power from the man simply because they make six figures, right? So, and I don't know, John, it's been itching me. It's been itching me since you said that $10,000 or 200,000. If a dude make 10,000, you know, if you got a woman making 200,000, boy, she made some mistakes. I'm just saying. I know what you were saying, but that just gave me an itch. I was like, good God Almighty.
The key thing to
That's a
what you
big
said,
disparity, bro.
you know, it's your culture though. You know what I mean. Our culture is Christian Rock and Blueface. You know what I
Oh
mean?
my
Like
God! Please
those are
don't
the
mention that
things.
name.
That's the things that
But
our
Trigger,
women are watching. You know what I mean? So you said where you said you came from, Nigeria? You said.
Yeah, my parents are Nigerian.
Yeah, so y'all probably got a little bit more culture. Y'all probably still respect y'all elders and things of that nature. So y'all able to work together. You know what I mean? For the foundational Black Americans, they divided us for the most part. You know what I'm saying? And it's a war against each other. So it's hard for women and men to work together at this point in time.
No, y'all can't let Trigger Mike get away with it. Trigger Mike
hold on.
in
Uh oh.
Nigeria. Wait. In Nigeria, Trigger
Oh, here
Mike
we go.
can five bad bitches walk downtown in Nigeria with some tight ass booty shorts and feel safe?
Say the last part again. Say the last part again.
I said in Nigeria or in a lot of African countries, can five bad bitches walk downtown at 1 o'clock in the morning with some motherfucking booty shorts and their nipples out?
Of course.
I was about to
No,
say these days, but
no, Jay.
no.
Hey, who is that? Who is that? Jay Bizzle?
Yes, sir.
Hey, your name ain't Trigger Mike, nigga. Trigger Mike. I'm asking you that question.
No, I'm saying they can do it. They're just gonna be shamed for it at some point.
Nah, no, nigga. Nigeria, nigga, ain't
They're
safe,
gonna be
nigga.
snatched up, bro. They're gonna be
Wait.
snatched.
Hey, damn, I can't have this conversation with you, Trigger Mike, without these other African niggas coming up and getting triggered. I'm saying, look, you got to realize this. See, safety is something that's provided within the United States because we live in a police state, right?
Yeah.
In other countries, they don't have the police state like that. So now safety is afforded through the man. Am I correct?
Indeed.
Correct.
All right. So now when you got bitches over here in the United States, they can provide and they can protect themselves through the goddamn the police state that we live in. You as a nigga that make the same amount of money that she make, she provided, the police protected. Nigga, what are you doing?
My own thing.
She don't need you.
Well,
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's absolutely true. Don't say just say.
You keep forgetting.
There's the logic. There's the
Nope,
logic.
nope,
Wait. There's the
nope,
logic in the West. There's the logic over here
Hold
in the
on.
United
Nope.
States.
Hold on.
The man,
Hold on.
the man makes the money, right? He makes good amount of
Hold
money.
up, let
and
Trigger
he starts
Mike.
thinking,
Hey, Ruckus, your name ain't Trigger Mike. He got something
Nope.
to say.
Let's get it. Let's get it. So you talking about the police state, but you forgetting that the police are a reactive agency. They're not a proactive agency. Men are proactive protection for their wives and their women. The fact that shit don't happen to women while their man is present is proof enough alone. When a man is present, a woman doesn't get tried. So this is why you see other cultures or even cultures that don't go out to the mall without the husband present. So yes, I understand what you're saying to say that women paid tax money to have the police, but the police come after the crime has been committed. Crimes don't happen when men
No, not a fact. Hold up, let me finish. All right, hey, all of you niggas, hold on. Suck a dick later. Hold up. Now, Trigger Mike. Trigger Mike. Where you live at, Trigger Mike?
Houston.
Bitch get money. Is she moving in Fifth Ward or is she moving in Katy?
She moving to Katy with me, over here.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Safety.
God damn it, nigga. She can buy. That's what I'm telling you. She can buy. She don't need Trigger Mike.
You didn't prove that with that.
White folks. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't prove that, though, Logic. You didn't prove that.
Wait, Mr. Logic, Mr. Logic, wait, Mr. Logic, hold up. Hang on.
Wait,
I don't care. I don't care how much money a woman makes in her account. She
Hold
cannot
on,
protect herself from
hold on,
a
wait,
man. I don't
slow
care how
down.
rich she is.
Pull something out of her
Hold on,
purse.
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on.
care
slow
how
down,
rich she
slow
is.
down, niggas.
She
Slow
cannot
down.
protect
That's
herself from
not
a
like
man.
y'all
She
missing.
can't.
Y'all
like
missing logic. Wait. Y'all missing logic's point. Logic's point is not that she gonna have to defend herself against a man. Logic's point is that once she has the bag, because the biggest form of protection nowadays is, let's be honest, it's not niggas, fighting somebody for their woman. The biggest form of protection is being in the right environment in the first place. So
Thank
what,
you.
what logic is saying is that she can now afford to live somewhere where the crime rate is lower, so she don't got to deal with that shit in the first place.
That's what I was gonna
They know
say.
I
Here,
said,
that's
they
what I
know the
was
difference
saying.
between
And
Katie
that's what I
and
was gonna.
wait. That's why I don't like niggas. Y'all know the difference between Katie and Fifth Ward. Fifth Ward, a bitch won't get caught dead by herself after 1 o'clock. In Katy, Texas, the bitch can walk her dog in a bikini at night, and ain't nothing gonna
Okay,
happen to her.
Not,
I'm
That's
about
what
to
I'm
shut the, I'm
saying.
about to, I'm
When a
about to
man,
shut this shit down here.
Hey, Logic.
Logic.
Logic. To your point, right? Hold up. Logic. To your point, right? To your point. In my neighborhood, right? I live in a pretty safe neighborhood. I seen a chick the other night at 3 a.m. walking her dog, and I'm like, you could never do this shit in the hood. It was
Fact.
3 a.m. bro. I was looking in the window, and she just stolen by walking her dog, no fear at all. Like she just cooling.
Yeah. Real.
And
Sometimes
just
over
for you
here.
niggas though, hey, and all these YouTube niggas, just because they say I stay goddamn in a good neighborhood, nigga, I'm in the hood right now, nigga. Nigga, I'm in the
Put
hood,
your
nigga.
hands up. All
But I
right,
was gonna,
look.
I was gonna
Let me
say
ask you a
Hey,
when
question.
fucking
Let me ask you a
fact out.
question.
Wait, hold up,
money,
Trigger
he's
Mike.
already
You from
thinking.
Nigeria. You
Wait,
don't know how a hood look.
real quick, real quick.
What?
Trigger Mike,
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold
a hood
on.
is
No,
fears
no,
and shit.
no. No, fuck that logic. Y'all ain't got no hoods in America. Y'all got running water in all y'all hoods. Fuck that. Y'all ain't
Look,
got no
check
Hold
hoods
this.
out
up.
here.
So, so
When a
to
man,
logic,
when a man
hold up
make,
to
when a man is
to
making
logic.
money, he's already thinking about, well, and I can get a body and I can start a family. When a woman starts making money, she's already thinking, well, I don't need a man, automatically, because she knows that those resources that she just acquired, she's gonna use those resources to use it for her protection. That's what she say. All right, now I don't need a man.
So
Independent of the man.
so
So,
let me make
so,
this point too. To your point, Jason,
oh,
let me make this point. So logic, you even got a point, bro. This is the part where it kind of goes astray. Now add 2 kids to that woman and no man, and she's still safe.
She still safe.
Nah,
no, she not.
nah,
No,
Yes,
she
she
not.
is.
nah.
I just hold
Look,
on.
hey, bro,
Logic, 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 bro. I
hold on,
stay at,
hey, wait, nigga. Then he said logic. Your name ain't logic. You talking to
bruh,
me?
because you lying right now,
Okay, all right. Let me lie
and I'm
then.
gonna give you
But
an example.
wait,
A
no, don't
couple.
give me shit, nigga.
I'm
He
telling you, I'm
asked
giving you
me.
an example, bruh.
Can
Hold
I'm
on,
giving
trucker.
you a
Hold on, trucker.
situation I went through
Trucker,
I
hold
don't
on,
give
hold
a
on,
fuck
hold on.
what you went through, nigga. He
Hold on.
said lie. He asked
Yeah,
me.
that's
So listen what I'm saying.
He done changed up
If
a
she
lot.
got them kids, what's gonna change? The environment still provide her protection. Half of these niggas on this panel right now don't even own a gun.
Oh
uh,
my goodness, man. Here we go.
Exactly.
well, I do.
Here
I
we
own
So
go.
what
three.
the fuck you gonna protect? You can't protect
I
shit, and
told you.
half of them
I
you don't got
told you.
hard to use
I
a
own
gun.
three actually.
Okay.
Even,
Can
even
I
if they
speak
own it,
now?
they ain't never
Hold up.
shot a moving target.
Can I speak now? Because
Thank
I'm gonna
God
give a
for
real
that.
life example. A couple months ago, I got on Fight Club because I had to explain to them about how people are literally moving in these nice houses that they don't live in. Because I'm paying like almost $4 grand a month, so I stay in a pretty nice neighborhood that I just happened to move in with my ladies that happen to have kids. Okay, niggas try to kidnap my son. The only reason that my son did not get kidnapped, even though I just left the house, is because she had that strap. Now, had she not pulled that strap out just in time, my son would have been gone. So, no matter if you stay in a nice neighborhood, whatever you do, there's somebody watching. If they want to
Okay.
get you, they're gonna get you. So
Okay,
you're
but
not safe
trucker, see,
nowhere.
You missed the point, nigga.
Hey, wait, trucker. See, you're doing what you're doing right now, brother, right? And I'm saying this respectfully. What you're doing right now is the same shit that the women do, right? It's you're going like, check this out, right?
All right,
How
go ahead.
likely is that? How likely is it that what you're saying is going to happen? That's the question. In that neighborhood compared to another
Yeah.
neighborhood, right?
Okay,
We're not
okay. You
talking
know, you
about.
got a point right there. You got a point right
You don't got to go to extremes. We just what logic is. The point logic is making is actually very valid, bro. Like when you, I mean, listen.
Go to Atlanta, bro, and you see you look at where a lot of the women who got the bag. You look at where they choose to live. Right, the
Mm-hmm.
moment they get the bag, bro, they get up out the hood. They leave the hood. They leave East Point.
Mm-hmm.
They leave College Park. Right,
Right,
and they go
right.
live in Buckhead. They go live in Marietta.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they move away for that safety because the
Right.
crime rates are much
Mm-hmm.
lower.
Don't leave
All
up a
right,
lot
so
Yep.
of
let
us,
me
Understood.
let
bro.
I
me
agree
let
with
me make
that.
this
I
statement.
agree.
No,
Trigger Mike,
yo,
But to
because I'm
your
gonna say
point
this,
though,
Trigger Mike,
that
but
woman is
hey,
also delusional
I
too.
don't
hold
want
on.
to interrupt your show, Trigger Mike. Don't do that, nigga. But Trigger Mike, now think about this. What I just said. I
Yep.
just explained to you factually that a woman no longer needs you to provide; they can provide for themselves. A woman
Mm-hmm.
no longer needs you to protect them; they can have and afford protection for themselves. So now, why do they need these niggas?
I
For
Who's
just
dick,
so
right?
providing? Who's
that
providing
was
for that
actually going to be a
protection,
part of
even
my
with the
answer. Hold on, real quick.
resources,
Hold on,
though?
real
So
quick.
again, if that's
So
the
what
case,
we
then
just
money
did.
doesn't matter, right?
Hold on, real quick, Trucker. Yeah, what we just did was give an overrepresentation of what women are actually able to do by themselves. So what we just said is that we pretended like all women get the bag. A majority of black women don't have a bag. That no, let's just be real. Now, if we're talking about a woman over 35 years old, she likely has 1 to 2 kids. So now we're talking about women who can't afford to live in these areas that we're talking about. So Trucker, yeah, your example when we talk about nice neighborhoods in suburbia is for families. That's who predominantly lives out here. There are not enough women who are without a man who can even afford to live in Katy, at the good part of Katy, part I live in. Like you can't, I don't see single women all over this spot. So that's an overrepresentation to begin with, right? So we cannot negate the fact that in order to build wealth, you need husband and wife, two people. That is literally the catalyst for
Look,
wealth. Go look it up. So we are
so Trigger
overrepresenting the
Mike.
amount of women getting the bag. Black women are the second most poorest people in the United States of America. We are
All right.
overrepresenting that shit.
Okay, so Trigger Mike. So now, in 2023, women can provide for themselves and they
No.
can put themselves in position to be protected, right? Because I'm explaining to you the dynamics of this whole dick and pussy shit, right? They can provide for themselves,
Yep.
they can protect themselves through the police state and the environment they be in, right? So by default, the only thing else they need a man for is some dick, right?
They
So
What
need a
have
man
you?
for it. They need a man
God
for his
damn,
team.
nigga, wait, let me finish, nigga.
Well, I thought you were
Shit.
finished. You took a goddamn breath, man. So I thought you were finished. Shit. I'm sorry. But
Hey,
you was
nigga,
gonna
you just
ask
don't
me
get
the
in
same
that.
question.
Nope.
You got me.
Nope.
I
I'm not
did a
dying on
Ricky
that.
pause,
I'm
so
gonna
I
die on this
apologize.
hill, bro.
I did a Ricky pause. But look, this is
Nah.
what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
But this is it, right? This is the point I'm making. The only peaceful time they have in a household with a bitch is when they fucking. Mr. Logic out of here.
What?
all right,
The
so
fuck?
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna pay a nigga to debate that.
no.
The only
That's
time they
fair.
man,
get them hoes,
stop.
That's
no, the
fair.
only
Stop.
time they get them hoes to submit to
it's a
them
false.
if they got their
No,
dick sucked.
Logic. Okay,
The
I
so
woman
that's
know.
we
what
just
we was
talking
talking
about,
about.
that whole
That's
crazy
what we
little
No,
was
queer
talking
that we
about
talking
earlier
about.
when
this
you
is my
kept
We'll
saying
point.
discuss it.
money.
No,
We'll
Even
discuss
though,
it.
even though,
We'll
this is
discuss
my
it.
point. I can use my
hold on,
We'll
point.
hold on,
discuss
hold
it.
on,
Hold
hold on,
on.
hold on, hold on. Yo, so
We'll
All
here's the
right,
discuss
thing.
it.
let's
Hey,
get this
hey,
man.
Trigger Mike,
Yo,
just go ahead and
Yo,
say logic for the win.
Yo, Logic, hold
You
up,
nah,
can't
hold
beat
up.
that.
nah.
Logic, logic. It's hold up.
I'm
The
gonna die
thing is
on this
this
hill,
is
bro.
the thing. We can agree to that point where a woman's resources can get her all that protection, whatever the case may be. And she might say she don't need a man now, right? But the protection that she's receiving is from a man. The Uber driver that she might want to have is going to be a man. Everything that revolves around her is going to be a man. Her AC gets broken, she's going to call a man. Her plumbing needs fixing, she's going to call a man. So everything that requires her for her lifestyle to be living healthy and everything else is from a man. The only thing what I can say is she might
You
not
too,
want a man.
nigga.
Wait,
You
hold up.
too.
Hold up. No, I
Nigga,
can come
don't
with
Let
put
him
me
points.
on the
finish,
spot.
Logic. Like, let him
Hold
You
up, hold
finish.
too,
up.
nigga.
Here
No,
we
no,
Let
go.
him
Let him
finish.
go, man. These
no, no,
niggas
no, no, no,
cuckoo.
no, no, no,
All
no,
right,
no,
see you
no, no,
later,
no,
Trigger
no.
Mike. Thanks for
Wait.
having me.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
He's going.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep
Here
going.
we
What I was
go.
gonna say is she might not need a man as a husband, but she definitely wants a man as a slave. That's what
Yeah.
she wants.
Right.
okay, so
She
wait,
wants
wait,
a,
wait, 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 Ruckus,
she
Oh
wants a slave.
man.
Ruckus.
Hold
So
on, hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold on,
wait,
hold on.
Let
wait,
me
Ruckus,
say
here's
this.
the
All right, hold on,
flaw.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Let me say
Ruckus,
this.
These women want a slave.
Ruckus, here's the flaw with
They
your
want a
argument,
slave.
Ruckus.
They want a slave for them. They don't.
Ruckus, here's the flaw with your argument. You don't realize this, but you're still making Logic's point. Because guess what? Whether or not you're saying, okay, she still needs a man, she still needs to go get a plumber. She still, guess what? The point is, she can pay for it. That's the point
I don't
Logic
know.
is making. Is that she can pay for it, whether or not it's a man coming to fix to do the plumbing or a female. Obviously, we know it's a man. Logic's point is just that she can afford to
I
just pay
agree.
for
I
it.
agree. I agree with that.
She still
I
needs
agree with
well,
that.
she
What I'm
still needs
saying
a
is,
man.
wait,
And
I
let me say,
agree.
let
No,
me
I
tell you
agree.
why.
I agree. Wait, I agree
You,
with
you
that. I'm
guys are
agree
making
with that. The
small
only difference
points.
is,
You
the
guys
All
are
only
right,
making
difference
small
is,
points.
Mr. Rich, Mr.
Let me
Rich,
tell
let
you
me
what
hold
I'm
on,
let
hold on.
empty black.
Let
Let
me
me
get
let
to
Black
Bizzle.
Dragon go. Let me
Let
let
me get
Black
to Bizzle
Dragon
real quick.
go.
Let me get to
Then
Bizzle real
little
quick.
Black Book.
So
Let
check,
me let.
so check it. I agree with that, Jay Bizzle. I agree with you 100%. The thing is that she doesn't want a man per se. She wants a slave. That's what she wants. She
Wait,
knows that
hold
she
up
needs
for the
to.
record.
Oh
Wait,
shit.
for the
Oh
record,
man.
for the record. I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure I understand Logic's point. That wasn't my point. I'm just making sure y'all understand Logic's point.
Oh yeah. Okay.
We
Gotcha.
understand the host.
We understood it.
So
Yeah,
so
we
Definitely
understand
understood
it.
it.
yeah,
Respect
I
the
got something
host.
else to say to that point, but let me get my man Black Dragon in here. Then little Black Book.
Yeah, so I mean, just off of his points, just to kind of not to go too far in the rabbit hole, but I mean, I understand his point from the thinking of a modern woman. Maybe you'd have to be some kind of narcissistic to think that that just because you make a bag as a woman, that means that you no longer need a man. That is modern day woman thinking. But no, you need to feel safe all the time. There's no other status that a woman can achieve other than in being a wife or and being in a family. You can be as rich as you want. It doesn't mean that you're protected from every man on planet Earth. You can have as much fame. I mean, you can take any movie example you want. You can take The Bodyguard. Whitney Houston's a famous movie star, got all that money. She got to hire Kevin Costner to protect her from one psycho that's out there. So that's happening to celebrities all the time. They got a bunch of money, but they still get harassed and harangued by people out on the street. So yeah, you can have as much money as you want. It doesn't mean you're protected.
Yo,
So
enter Black Dragon. Enter
that's how I
Black
feel
Dragon. I got
about
a
it.
question for you. I got a question for you, bro. If a dude that's built like Dwayne The Rock Johnson slaps
Mhm.
your wife's ass, what you doing?
Beat niggas.
Yeah,
Getting my
I don't
ass
know.
whooped.
I'm getting into
Who said
something.
they beating the
Nigga,
Rock's
Like,
ass?
you know what?
I,
You know what?
nigga,
You know what? You know what? You
I
know
was
what? You know
I was
what? You
beating
know
his
what?
ass, but I
You
ain't
know
never
what?
beat
You
my
know
wife.
what? You know what? You know what? You know what I'm doing? 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 Hang on. You know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing? I'm be like, yo, man, I know she got a fat ass. Hey, that's why I'm with her. And keep it moving.
What? Oh
Yeah.
Man,
no,
you
nah,
niggas, bro.
Yeah.
Hey,
nah,
I
You
don't
think
need
I'm
hell
gonna
no
get
nah.
no
into
no
some kind
no.
of? If you think I'm gonna get
I
into some
hate
conversation with Dwayne the Rock Johnson because he slaps my girl's ass,
Bro,
you
We
are
nigga,
out
fighting.
of your mind.
man,
We
I don't
y'all.
care
fighting.
how
According to
big.
him.
And first off,
We
I don't care
fighting.
how big you
So
are.
what
I don't
protection are
care
you
what.
talking about
We
then?
fighting.
What
That
Yo,
ain't
protection are you
protection.
talking
That
about
ain't
then?
protection, bro.
Hey,
That ain't
listen,
protection, bro. That ain't
hold on.
protection. That ain't how
As
we
I
define
told y'all,
protection.
I cannot let men keep getting
JJ Bizzle got a
dishonored and
point.
discredited like this. Women by like so. What Logic was saying, in a sense, was true on an individual basis. You cannot have a bunch of unprotected women at scale. They become the targets. Literally, the signal for weakness in the world is woman alone or woman with children. They become the targets for everything.
Yep.
So at scale, I understand what he was saying on an individual basis, but at scale, women cannot protect themselves like that. By 2030, half of the women in the United States of America will be single. If I'm trying to hit a lick, if I'm starving, where the hell am I going to go first? These women are not safe. We got to stop selling them that.
But there's the
All
thing,
right,
they're gonna be able to pay for it then.
Little Black Book, my man, how you doing? Hey, when we get somebody from the UK
What's good,
on the
man?
panel, we no longer say bro, we only say bruv. We only say bruv. What's up, bruv?
Yo, what's
Actually,
good, bro? You right,
it's
yeah?
mate. Actually, it's mate. It's mate.
Oh, man, damn, we still doing that? All
Listen,
right, Mike.
mate, bro, whoever you want, man, you can have all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, stop it,
Look,
bro.
all right.
Appreciate it, boys, man. Respect, honestly. Good conversation. So I'm gonna answer the question first and foremost because explain why money doesn't equal leadership. Well, first of all, money is a tool. It is not leadership. It is a tool that is used by leaders in order to accomplish a goal. Leadership involves influencing people to come to a common goal or organization to a common goal. So if somebody says I have money, it means I'm a good leader. It doesn't mean that. It means you're good at being able to acquire resources, which means you potentially could be a good leader. It is not the qualification for good leadership. I think Trigger Mike and CEO kind of said it a little bit earlier on when I was listening. Is that listen, if a woman was to earn money the same way you do, does that equal now she's a great leader? No, it means she's good at acquiring resources. Leadership is founded on several different aspects. If we talk about traits that would actually make somebody a great leader, we talk about selflessness, decisiveness, trust, integrity, empathy, collaboration, communication, all those kind of traits make up a good leader. Money is simply a tool that one uses in order to accomplish that particular goal. And this is why we have an issue in our community as Black people, because we've equated our leadership to money. So when women equal money, suddenly we're having a fight with women. No, you're no longer adequate staying at a role of I only provide finances. You actually have to go beyond that point when we talk about provision, protection, and being a priest of your home. When we talk about provision, it is mental, it is emotional, it is spiritual, it is financial, it is sexual. It is in all those aspects that you have to be able to learn how to lead. This is why we're getting left behind. I don't want to get left behind, but we're having a fight with women because you've based all your leadership solely on finances. Well, now she's making, I'm not necessarily not everybody, but not a woman now making, let's say, equal to you, and now you're beefing her. You're like, you got to follow my lead. Well, she ain't gonna, because all your leadership was money. Guess what? She's making it now. You're now inadequate. So you have to expand your skill set and expand what your understanding of what leadership is in order to have a better influence on the people that you're actually asking for you to follow you, right? And I think also the good conversation you guys were having about protection. First and foremost, the Bible even says women are the weaker vessel. So if this comes down to a physical aspect, women are the weaker vessel and are the vulnerable party in this world. And guess what? Just because you guys on this panel are good guys, there's a lot of other guys out there that are mean, terrible, and disgusting, and will willingly put hurts on people, which means that now they automatically become the vulnerable party, because if I'm trying to do harm, I'm trying to go for the easiest route possible. If I'm trying to get something, they are the easiest route possible. If I'm trying to get a lick, like you said, Trig, if I'm trying to enter, of course, we're all heterosexuals here. So obviously, if you know yourselves, if you've played the game before, you know women that don't have father figures specifically or no good community are the easiest usually to get over, because nobody's looking out for them. Nobody's saying to them, listen, that brother, look at him, he's on a mad one. No one does that. And you end up easily being able to play them. That doesn't mean that people with two parents or having a father figure don't get played. What it means is we're talking about how easier it tends to be in a general sense. So I think we need to just look at leadership again once more, and I'll end on this point, as not being finances alone. Mr. Logic said something really interesting. He said about when he's in a club, he's in a VIP. So am I. And it's not because of money, it's because of status. You have to understand, I have TikTok, and the TikTok is blown. People invite me to places and be in VIP. And yet the people in VIP have more money than me by a long mile. But it's not. So status, wealth, and power are all aspects that as a man can use. So if you stay as leadership as solely being your finances, guess what? One day a woman might meet you with the same amount of money and tell you that she's a leader as well. You're going to fight her. No point. Expand
I was listening to that conversation. I didn't hear no feminist talking point.
I'm gonna give them their
wait.
own.
Hey, Trigger Mike. You mind if I touch on this? Because that's actually why I came on the panel. Was that topic specifically? You mind if I touch on it?
Real quick, yeah.
All right. Low Black Book. How do you Londoners? Well, I don't know if you're from London, but how do you British people say cap?
Just call it.
Don't answer that shit, JB. Make your point, bro.
Okay. All right. So now, listen. Let me just hold up. So let me just say this, right? This is why I get in trouble a lot, right? Because I'm tired of you niggas like just all this cap I be hearing, right? Y'all sit here and y'all talk about protection all day and all this. Listen, most of y'all ain't fighting nobody. Cut it out. Just cut it out, bro. Y'all are not squaring up with no. Listen. Cut it out. Listen. Even with guns, right? And Trigger Mike, you're an instructor. Listen, Trigger Mike, you're an instructor. So you tell me if I'm wrong on this, right? Even with guns, when you go training, okay, the first thing they teach you, first of all, is to avoid it in the first place.
Exactly,
to avoid the confrontation, to de-escalate, etc. That's the first thing they teach you. Secondarily, one of the most amazing things when you do extensive training is you realize how easy it is for people to freeze up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, people freeze up. Even during training, people freeze up. Okay, you're pointing at a damn target and you freeze up. Okay, so when a lot of times we come on these panels and we just say the shit that sounds great, we romanticize a lot of this shit, but in reality, none of y'all ain't fighting nobody. None of y'all pulling out the strap on nobody. Just cut it out. Listen.
You assume way too much.
Hold up.
Let me finish my point. You have not made anybody else's life.
Let me finish my point.
Get off.
Let me finish my point.
Everybody.
Let me finish my point.
Finish your point real quick, and I gotta get the girls in.
I bet. In reality, none of y'all shooting nobody. None of y'all fighting anybody. Okay, y'all. It's like it's almost like this carrot that y'all hold in front of the women. Like, you need me, so I can beat some nigga up for you, but you ain't ever gonna beat no nigga up. Okay. A lot of y'all fat. A lot of y'all fat. You can't even. You listen. A lot of y'all fat as shit. You can't even run a mile. Right? So just cut it out. Just stop it. All right. Like the real trick. Listen. The real trick is avoiding the shit in the first place. The real shit. Listen. The real shit is avoiding the shit in the first place. Is putting yourself in the best environments. Is avoiding. Like, I stay away from niggas. I stay away from nigga shit. I stay away from reckless shit. I stay away from ratchet shit. I don't bring my wife
There you
around
go.
stuff like that,
There you go.
etc. That's the reality of
Yeah.
it. Not all the shit that y'all talk about, because it's all cap. It's all cap. If I were to take most of y'all, in fact, you know what? Let's do this. I'll take most of y'all to the range. Y'all can't even shoot the fucking target, guaranteed. So y'all
Man,
full of shit.
when you come into
Y'all
Miami,
With
bro.
the exception of CEO.
When you come into
So,
Miami,
so you
That's
actually
not what
judge the
you
people
going
based on your experience of life. So you assuming, I guess you assume maybe you've never had a fight, so you assume we never had a fight. But you assume that
Right.
because you don't shoot or they can't hit a target, we can't hit a target.
Right.
I actually go to the range several times, at least 2 or 3 times a month. I actually participate. I've actually had several fights throughout my life. Do I try to go look for fights? No, I don't, because I'm mature and I don't do that. But I also lift weights. I also ride bikes to stay active too. I go walking. I do things to stay active. I do things to train myself to stay ready. Now, I'm not saying I'm the best fighter out there. I'm not gonna try to win every fight.
You know, if you ain't
I'm
ready,
probably
to
the
fight,
average
you ain't gonna
man.
be ready.
But I'm gonna do my best to be ready. I'm gonna do my best to be ready.
You ain't constantly sharpening.
And I've been in my 48 years of living. In my 48 years of living, I've had some hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah, you don't have to adjust it. You
Hello, I
you
missed.
don't even have to
All right,
adjust
hold
the
on, hold
vibe
on.
what
Hold on.
everybody
We're gonna
does. Don't
get
even
all
worry
right.
about
Look,
it.
so we have damn. We got
Somebody's echo.
Yeah, somebody's
let me.
echoing
I'm
really
gonna mute
bad.
the people up.
I
Let's
just
see
did
who it is. All right, we got a terrorism moment. I knew the ladies were coming at some point, so I gave y'all own special marquee. We got Callie Bev that came in first. What you got? Terrorize us for a few minutes before we got to get out of here. Oh, she.
Tee
Oh,
hee hee.
Why
What's
would you do
up,
that to us?
fellas?
Why would you do that to us?
What?
what you
My
got on the
tee
top?
hee?
I'm talking about Trigger.
Yo, whatever, John the Baptist. What you would call it? So apparently, from what I'm gathering, single women who live in good neighborhoods still need men to come and fix the radiator or the air conditioning and stuff like that, as if married couples, the men don't call the repairman too. I just wanted to throw that out there. Y'all ain't fixing everything. Everybody ain't up on rules and doing all that kind of stuff like that. So you still got to call somebody regardless. As far
Well, my
as
wife has the benefit of having a handyman in the house.
oh, well, that's cool for you.
Well,
That's great for her. That's
so
awesome.
we also we
What
got to stop doing that. We got to stop doing. Most men don't fix stuff. If we're talking about protection, I need y'all to understand. Like I said, his presence is a deterrent for crime. That is how men protect you. You have no idea the stuff that did not happen to you because your man was there. Even I'm telling you, go to a police department and say, when do most robberies happen? When the man leaves. All right. So that is when
Mhm.
they want to burglarize somebody home. All right. So continue,
And
please.
what about the times where she's not with her man? I mean, do you go with your wife everywhere? I mean, it's the I won't make it personal. I mean, excuse me, but
No, so
is the
vigilance.
husband supposed to be going with the wife
That
everywhere?
that is important. That is important. Vigilance is also important. That's why I made a statement to say, mind yourself when you're going out, strengthen numbers, and definitely mind yourself or wait for me if you're going out with our children.
She
This is
hitting
why
on
you
that.
see people
She
in
hitting
other
on that
cultures.
thing about
Listen, let me
community.
make a statement. This is why you see Middle Eastern families, they go out together. These men are not even physically imposing. They're small. Asian men and Middle Eastern men go out with their families to the mall because of people there. They don't know what will happen to this woman and the children without the father. Men are deterrents for theft, for crime, for physical harm. That's just a fact.
So you're saying that husbands ship all their wives everywhere?
No,
No, I said
why should follow
vigilance.
their husbands everywhere?
Yeah, I said vigilance. Don't go out after dark. Go out, and if you have to be out, go in several groups. Even if you have a teenage son, You see how
Be
big these boys
strategic.
are?
Yeah,
Tell him
be
he can't stay home.
I
Tell him
agree
he
with that. I agree with you, Trigger Mike. That's actually pretty caring and thoughtful. I don't hear people of this generation being so thoughtful of women nowadays. We care
Yeah,
for
I
our
mean it's
kids.
nice, but
Cali Bev,
it's
go
not
ahead.
yeah,
necessarily
you gotta
realistic on the day to day. But carry
you gotta
on.
be
I'm just saying
strategic.
it's unrealistic. It's
I mean,
unrealistic.
It's
I mean,
Hold
it's
on,
unrealistic. It's
women are
Cali
not.
unrealistic in the first
hold on, hold
world
on. Cali Bev, Cali Bev.
society
You have
Well,
to.
because first world
It's
women don't want first world
wait,
women don't want
that
don't
echo,
want to be
echo,
under
if you think
submission of a
about
man.
it,
So
echo.
therefore, it is
There's an
unrealistic.
echo.
Huh?
Hey, yo, what
Huh?
is all of
Everybody
that, man?
talking, and I heard
Everybody talking.
John the
Hold on.
Baptist trying to talk.
John the Baptist, you got a question? Go ahead. Then
No,
Jason.
as I made a comment, I was like, it's unrealistic in a first world society because first world women don't really want to follow the leadership of a man. So that's why it becomes more difficult to protect women because they don't want to listen.
So leadership of the man determines whether or not I'm going to the grocery store by myself, or if he going to the grocery store and I'm following him.
But I'm trying to say he can't. But he can't put. But having a man can put you in a situation where you can win when you go to the grocery store. Even by him just being in your home, he might not be at the grocery store with you, but by you being on his team, he can put you in a situation where you can win.
So let
By
me
not
also
having to go to the grocery store?
so let me
No matter
also
what you
say this
do in life, no
because
matter what you do in life,
Cali Bev, the one thing you're
That don't
not
make no sense, Jay.
so Cali Bev, the
I
one
know it
thing you're
doesn't
not
Uh-huh.
because you live in
alluding
first
to,
world.
Cali Bev, the one thing that you're not doing is you're trying to make it seem like a woman should go everywhere she wants to simply because she wants to go. I
Whatever.
use the word vigilance. Vigilance means how about you go how about you go to the supermarket when the kids are in school, when you're by yourself, so you don't have to run behind them or worry about your son running over here, running over there, when you can easily control things in the morning time with plenty of daylight. Don't tell me you're not going to listen to my instruction and go in the dead of night, then wonder why you got robbed. So
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
hear
okay.
any restriction
Real,
from
real,
women.
real life thing, because 9 times out of 10 the woman is at work during the day, so she is at work while the kids are at school. Okay,
Because you live in
so
a first
more
world
than like,
So
society.
go on the weekends.
so that's what I'm saying. So more often than not, she's going to the grocery store on a Saturday or a Sunday, right? On the
Not in
weekend.
my neighborhood. All these white women at the grocery store in the morning. Nope. But go ahead.
At 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Oh
No,
yeah.
but I
So
think
you're saying,
it's just mitigating the risks, right? So like as a
yeah,
husband,
I mean, I understand all of that. Don't my
you're not
husband don't let me go to the
yeah,
gas station at night and all that kind of stuff.
exactly,
I understand all of that. Y'all talking to somebody that knows that already.
So why you
But I'm
fighting again?
saying,
So why you fighting against the message?
because
She's
it's
trying to be
not
modern.
realistic for me to say, wait, we can't go to the grocery store yet because your daddy ain't home. Like what? That don't make no
What?
sense. Or I
It
can't
does
go to the
make
grocery
sense.
store yet because
It makes
because
perfect
because
sense.
I can't go to the grocery store yet because my husband ain't home. That's
It makes
retarded.
perfect
You gotta
sense.
go to the
That's
grocery store.
independent.
You
That's
gotta go to the
independent.
grocery store.
Wait.
That's
Why are we
End of the
talking
independent.
day.
about why are we
That's
talking about a
independent
grocery
talking.
store when you can order it on your phone?
And pick it
Because
up
that
sitting in
costs
the
extra
car.
money, and ain't nobody trying to pay all that extra money for no delivery fee. That's a waste of money.
But
No, you
it
can
Without,
get
mitigates
it.
without that
can I
debate
say
now,
the
one
though.
thing and
danger.
then I'll
It
hop
mitigates
down?
everything. It mitigates
Yeah, that's
all the danger.
it's a waste of money to pay for delivery service for my groceries. It's a
Well,
But
waste
how
of
much
money.
is your
I can
safety
spend that
worth?
extra
How
money
much is
and
your
get extra
safety worth?
groceries.
all
How much
right.
is your safety
Let's
Excuse
worth?
me?
get Anna. I got to get out of here. So let's get Anna's point on it. Then we're gonna get out of
I
here.
wanted to come up here when Mr. Logic was up here. Every time I see Mr. Logic, it reminds me of old days of when we used to just chill on panels. Like, I miss Mr.
Hold on.
Logic.
Hold on. Anna, what else did you and Mr. Logic do? What else got going on? What's
Oh no, we have a really tight knit relationship. He calls me
he
this
about to
his
get on my ass
hammerhead
in the
shark.
chat? Why? Hey, Logic, if you still there, your boo want to speak to you.
Yeah, tell
By
him
the
to
way.
come up, man. I really miss the old days with me and him chilling on panels and stuff, you know.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I just want to come up
Shoot,
here
why
for
you do this
Mr.
right now?
Logic and then
Why do
just
you
Hey,
do
say
this?
y'all,
hello to
hold on,
everyone else and say I miss Mr. Logic and you
did y'all
know.
catch the body language? I said Logic come back up. She start fixing her hair and shit, doing all this. Boy, we about to spill some tea up in this mug. But it's all good though. Hey, let me get
He calls me
Hey, Anna,
hammerhead shark because of my forehead.
hey,
let me
Anna.
let me get
Wait,
10 seconds.
You out of pocket, Anna. I seen that post that you posted with the little monkey. You out of pocket.
What happened?
I said I seen that post you posted with the little monkey. I said you out of pocket.
What monkey?
Really, Anna? It's on your
I'm confused.
it's on your community tab. He posted a little monkey, a photo of a little monkey, and you compared it to
Oh
an
yeah,
old
because
black
I
lady.
was how was I wrong? I was defending black people. You didn't read the comments? There was people like white people saying, "Yeah, that looks like
No,
Tyrone's baby
no,
down the street."
no. This
Like
sound
a
like
lot of people
terrorism.
were being racist.
This sound like terrorism. All right, we're
No,
gonna
it
do
was
this.
a post. It was a little post of a little gorilla chimpanzee baby, and it was some people in the comment section was like, "Yeah, they look like my friend's Tyrone's baby down the street." And another person like, "Yeah, they're like the kids in my neighborhood." Like they were being so disrespectful, and
All
I
right.
was
So
I was
just
defending.
real quick, CEO DMP, what is the order of family? 10 seconds or less.
God, man, woman, child, or children.
My man. John the Baptist, what is the order of family, sir?
Child, woman, man.
He trolling. All right, that's so Junior. Black Dragon, what's the order of family?
Husband,
Black
wife,
black woman is God.
husband, wife, family.
All right, Mr. Rich.
I mean, I'll go with the, God, man, wife, children, that kind of stuff. I'll call it higher power. I believe in God, but I'm more spiritual than just religious.
All right, Little Black Book, what is the order of family? Is he frozen? Oh, he frozen.
Order: Christ,
Oh, there you go.
husband, wife, children.
Nice. JB, what is the order of family?
I'm gonna say God, man. Because I'm a misogynist, so anything after that don't matter.
Just fuck everybody else. Ain't nobody else got nothing to do with it. Toxic. My bro just he done took the red pill all the way. All right. JC, what's the order of family?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Little Black. Said Christ, husband, wife, and children. That's pretty much the order.
Let me say
I
one
cannot
last
wait
thing
to hear this answer, boy.
Can I change my answer? Can I change my answer?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just joking around. You know what I meant to say the first time.
I know what you're gonna say.
Don't take off quick, Trigger. I need to say one more thing.
Yeah, let me go around and we're gonna I'm gonna let you get that.
You smile at Mr.
Anna,
Logic.
I was about to say I want to hear this. Anna, what is the order of family?
Last thoughts in this.
The order of family, I would have to say money, providing, no cheating, and to keep a healthy family stable. No secrets and protection from men, and yeah.
Trigger
All
Mike.
right, we are truly lost as a society because of that answer. I didn't know how bad it was until just now.
But I'm a whore, a stripper whore.
I did not know
Mr. Logic,
how bad it was.
what's up, my dude?
Yeah.
This should be.
All right,
I miss you.
Can I answer the question, Trigger Mike?
Indeed.
Yeah, the order of family is dick, pussy, and babies.
Oh,
in that
shit.
order. Hey, nobody can defeat. Damn, why every time I say something, you niggas always got something else to say?
We agree with you.
I don't agree with me when I finish then, and then this little black boy over here with the goddamn from the UK nigga, you talking that crazy shit. But I ain't gonna get on your ass though. I'll see you somewhere else. But the order is dick, pussy, and kids.
When you're ready, Logic.
That's the natural
Mr.
order.
Logic, I miss you.
Yeah, I miss you too. All right. That's the natural
These are
order.
girls I'll put in the
That's
VIP
natural
section,
order.
sir.
That's the natural order of family. That's the natural order of creation. That's how always things. It's common sense across the board. And the reason
Do you notice anything different about me, Mr. Logic?
Hell no, I gotta go get my baby girl. Take us out. Take us out.
Yeah, y'all need to get a room. Y'all need to get a room.
No, for real. He hasn't seen me in like 8 months. It's been like 8 months.
I don't care. Let's stay on topic.
I know. Well, this is the end of the show. He said this the end of the show. But hold on, Mr. Logic, have you noticed anything different about me?
Honor. I'll send you a dick picture later. Hold on, baby. Just chill out. All right, look. All right. So Trigger Mike.
Yes, sir.
I'm challenging you to do a show with Mr. Logic. I want to go one-on-one with Trigger Mike and his ideas, and you can have all the incel army with you. I want to be on the Trigger Mike show, one-on-one, uninterrupted, no nigga talk, No little black boys.
Didn't
No
need a
marriage
talking point.
counselors.
Didn't need a talking point. Didn't need a talking point. So I could debunk your dick and pussy argument. All right.
All right. Thank
I
you, Trick
can't
Mike.
wait.
No,
All
Mr.
right, man.
Logic, have you noticed? Mr. Logic, have you noticed any?
I'm sorry, Anna. I can't do it.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
CEO.
And I was
CEO,
gonna
take
say,
us out.
This was important for me to say because of the topic that we're on. But remember, a little while ago we was talking about, and brothers was kind of getting on me because I was saying how we need to take care and build our communities. And brothers like, take care of yourself, but individuals, take your house. Now you see that if you don't handle your community, your woman ain't safe outside of her home. So you see the importance of building your community, not just your individual family, your community. Y'all made the point. Yeah, everybody's saying she can't go to Walmart. She can't go up the street. Why? Because you didn't secure, you didn't build the community.
No, community. What you talking about?
No, she can't go nowhere because of niggas. It's not because of me, right? It's because of niggas. Let's blame niggas. Don't blame JB, right? JB gonna focus on his family, all right?
not everybody
Blame
can be
niggas.
saved, unfortunately.
Niggas
Not
in the
everybody
community,
wants to
you
be
need to
saved.
clean it up.
Not everybody wants to be saved, yo. Not everybody wants to be
yo.
saved.
Y'all trying to make me late to pick up my baby. All right. Thank y'all for coming to the Trigger Mike Show. All right. So another great episode. We have established the order of family for you. If you have any gripes, please call HR. Today is Tuesday. That means we got King Talk on the Lapeef Network tonight. Make sure y'all tune into that. Hit the bell for notifications. Also, hit the like on the way out. If you can, I want you to go over to the Lapeef Experience channel, hit the like button, and subscribe to that channel as well on all of their videos. All right. So also, if you can, go over to my page, The Trigger Mike Show. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. Help me get monetized out here. That's a call to action. Go to The Trigger Mike Show on YouTube and Instagram. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that like button on Instagram. Help your boy out. Remember, we are doing King Talk tonight. I will be on that as well. All right. So until later, I'll see y'all, man. Thank y'all for coming through to The Trigger Mike Show. We out.